Gas masks and hand grenades.
Welcome to Gas Masks and Hand Grenades. I'm your host, Jeff. My hair's blowing weird all over the place, but what's new? We are back with a deep dive tonight. This is going to be a pretty intense one, I think. Pretty deep stuff here. But before we do that, my brother from another mother joining me here, Mr. Jimmy Future Ruins. Dude, what's up?
Good to see you again, my friend. It's been a while.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. Well, it was my birthday, so 10 days.
Okay, so that wasn't too long. Yeah.
But you were kind of buzzed on wine, and you were sort of
don't really remember it so much. Yeah, but yeah, and then we've been kind of texting back and forth. So, but it still felt like a while. Yeah, been a while since we've done a deep dive, at least.
It has actually. I'm trying to think. Do you remember the last one you were on?
Man, it must have been Anathema. With the second half.
That was it. Second half of the Anathema. So that's like the end of October, I believe. Yeah, that was October. So a lot going on since then. I've been out to Colorado. We got to hang out at Decibel. Got to do, some killer shows or see some killer bands out there. Say, uh-oh. Sarah's breaking things in the background there.
Yep, she's banging around up there.
Hey, Sarah. What's going on? She probably can't hear me.
She's saying hey.
Hey. What'd she say?
She's cleaning the dishes. She'll finish up quick.
No problem. Yeah, so we kind of decided about 10 days ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, we needed to do a deep dive, and I believe, was it you that proposed it, or did I actually?
Yeah, I just figured it'd been a while, and even though we did that Anathema one, I mean, like we hadn't really done. I mean, before that, I think it had been quite a while. So I thought, man, we haven't collaborated on something in a minute, So and just I thought, this would be. And we had talked about maybe like including some other people, but since this is a pretty heady one here, so I thought it was cool that you decided let's just keep it to the two of us. And
there's a lot to unpack here, and we need to get going fairly quickly, but let's talk about your channel, Future Ruins. You just dropped a video a week ago? A new one?
Yeah. I got out. I had spring break, so I got out for a trip, and it wasn't really what I had planned, or I had been planning something for a while, and it fell through because where I wanted to go wasn't able to get to, but because of the snow. But it's okay. I mean, I'll be able to do it eventually. So I ended up just having to kind of wing something. And, when I do hiking, outdoor style videos, I mean, sometimes you kind of just have to go with what you get. And I ended up just kind of, I have a whole new camping rib for my truck, and it was kind of cool to just go out and just kind of hang and enjoy it. And that's kind of what it turned into. So it's kind of just a little bit more of a really just quiet vibe kind of video, but updated and cool. And I got to do some cool stuff in there. You'll see some of the trails I did, just trying to trudge through snow and, just showing off the new gear and stuff like that. So it was pretty cool, but
snow wasn't really.
It was pretty deep. I mean, it just still is that way up in the high country. So it's just, I figured it would be that way anyway, but it's funny. It was kind of one of those situations where everything kind of blew up in my face at every turn, but it still turned out to be a cool video, I think. And if, you're into like the nature wilderness photography kind of stuff, with me and just talking about some things, I think it came out pretty cool. And, now that we get closer to the summer, I'll be able to do some more ambitious kind of stuff, hopefully. But yeah, so it's kind of just more of a piece of me out there, just throwing something, hopefully that was kind of a feel good kind of thing in these crazy times, and so yeah, got that. And, that's pretty much.
If I could interrupt, I think you were planning to do part 2 of your Bigfoot thing.
I was, that was the plan.
Yeah.
I couldn't. The road up there, man. It's a long road to get to that area, and it's it's a Jeep road, so They don't plow it. I mean, I figured it was a crapshoot either way, because it is open. If it's not snow covered, I thought maybe it might be all right, but yeah, it was certainly closed off, and I couldn't get any information until I could go see it for myself, because I was calling the Forest Service. Nobody could give me any information about it. So I kind of explained that in the video, because that's what it was supposed to be. And but it's cool. I mean, I'll just have to do it when I can get up there. So it gives me more time to plan for it.
Ricardo, what's up? And we've got Logan here, and we've got
What's up, Logan?
Here, what's up? So Jimmy, we're gonna go real quick on my front fast. I'm echoing. Let me see something here. Let me make sure my echo cancellation's off.
Sounds okay to me.
Yeah, it is, but I'm getting an echo here when I talk too loud. Hold on a minute. That might be where I've got my mic. Can you hear me all right?
Oh yeah, sounds fine.
Try this. How about now? Are you getting air sound at all?
Nope. Sounds good to me.
All right. How about now? You get me?
Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
No echo.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Real quick tomorrow's Friday. Saturday night, 8 p.m. I've got Jerry Watunsky and Derek Nico, I think his name is. Derek, I'm sorry, I didn't write it down. I should have. Derek Nico from Ancient Death coming on. We're going to talk about their new album that's coming out. Is it Hero? Is that it? Derek Hero? No, that's not it. Or you call me your hero, Scott? I'm not sure which. It could be one or the other. So Derek from Ancient Death, the drummer and the guitar player and singer, Jerry Watunsky. You might know Jerry. I've had Jerry on once before. He's one half of the Atheist Brothers, as I call them. The guitar players for Atheist. And we'll touch on the Ancient Death album, which is coming out on Profound Lore on the 18th. And then we'll also talk about the Obscura. Obscura. Hey,
That's
do me a favor. Can you look down at the pinwheel real quick below you and pull up your audio source and make sure your echo cancellation's off? Because I am.
Yeah, maybe.
It should be, but I'm getting backslap.
Let's see. Yeah, my echo cancellation's on.
Okay, shit, I don't know what's going on here. All right. It could just be a weird element. I'm getting it's intermittent. Sometimes it gets me, and then sometimes it doesn't. Hero is silly as hello. Okay. Scott, you speak in tongues. I don't know what's going on. But good you're here. Thank you for being here, everybody that's here. Scott's here, Tim's here, Rick's here. Okay, good deal. And Jimmy's here. And so, Jimmy, what band are we going to talk about?
Yeah, so one of my favorite bands really around right now, the Ruins of Beverast from Germany. And I don't know, I've been into these guys for quite a few years now. I came in on Blood Vaults, which was the 4th record, I believe. And I came across a review on, I don't know if you guys ever look at yourlastrites.net. It used to be Metal Review.
I do remember.
But they're good. They're still kicking, and they're a really good review site, and they do a lot of stuff that I like. And I just happened to read the review for Blood Vaults and checked it out. And even at that time, a band like this was maybe a little bit over my head. But hearing the track Malefica is what really drew me in. And it just kind of snowballed from there. I will admit it took me some time before I really started to delve into the band's back catalog. I really liked Blood Vaults, but Exuvia was really the one that was like, oh wow, okay, I'm all the way in with this band. And
that's where I came in.
Yeah. And they basically came out of the ashes of Germany's Nagelfar, who was a very revered 90s black metal band, really in the old spirits, released 3 records, and they were again, they were highly regarded at the time, and they abruptly ended. And Alexander, who was the drummer for the project, is the main man behind this project here. And I'm happy for it, man, because I dig the Nagelfar stuff, but I mean, this is
next
on another level. Yeah,
it's next level. I came in with Exuvia as a result of watching one of our I guess, the original inspirations to start doing this, which was Brain Smasher over there on his channel. He either showed it or did a review. I can't remember exactly how, but I saw it. I saw the artwork. I was kind of captivated. They have generally very interesting artwork, which we'll show. And I checked out Exuvia, and like you, first listen, I was like, whoa, this is so over my head, man. This shit is crazy. This is batshit crazy stuff. But there was, and we'll talk about when we get to that album, but I mean, really all the albums. But it was like, I couldn't quite wrap my head around what I was hearing in a lot of ways. Because for a lot of reasons we'll get into with talking about these albums when I start speaking about them, there's a particular dynamic going on with Alexander von Meilenwald, I think is how you'd probably say it. With the way he writes music, it's not your standard verse, chorus, bridge, guitar solo. We could even accuse a lot of death metal bands of doing, that they get into a rote way of writing. I do think he has a basic template, but it's never the same song to song, and it's very dynamic and shifting all the time. And so when I first heard Exuvia, I was like, whoa, dude, this is fucking next level weird. Just, because it encompassed everything from death doom to death to blackened thrash a little bit to fucking 80s synth sort of vibes to progressive to psychedelic. There's just everything in the kitchen sink is in here, but in a different way than, say, like a Devin Townsend who does that similarly. Okay, Devin kind of does something similar, but Devin writes a little bit more in a standard verse chorus sort of way a lot of the time. Not all the time, but a lot of the time. This guy never really writes that way, and so it was tough. And then, like I said, I checked out Exuvia, and then I checked out Blood Vaults, and it didn't move me yet. It didn't move the needle yet for me to buy. But when I finally got a record player and got some money together, this was a band that was always on my radar. Like, okay, the artwork is killer. Something about them I gotta come to terms with. I must get to grips with this band in some way, shape, or form, or just dump them in the shitter and never listen to them again. Well, I'm glad I didn't do that, because that's not what happened. Once I kind of, and that'll lead me to my little monologue here in a second here. But what you said, you came in at Last Rites. That's how you heard about it.
Yeah, Your Last Rites, that review is, and I'm actually going to pull a little bit from that review when we get to that record. Good. Because it was really by one of their longtime writers, Conrad Cantor, who does. I always enjoy his reviews, and he's very thoughtful. And the way he wrote about that record, just and embedded in the site was Malefica. So I just hit play, and I was like, holy shit! I mean, it was like the finest like guitar tone of like old Agalloch, and then goes into this crazy like death doom kind of thing. But I was just kind of, and even, well, we'll get to that record, but yeah, that that really kind of was that one moment of that song is really what pulled me in and realized these guys were like next level kind of thing.
Yeah. So I kind of want to, like, before we get into the breakdown of the albums, and I did forget to mention, on Sunday at 4 p.m. my time, Eastern, I'm going to have Alex Haddad on, who's the other half of Atheist. He just put his, I believe it's his second or third. I should know this, and I apologize, Alex. I didn't look at the running order, but his new album just came out on Willow Tip. And I need to look up the name. God, I feel stupid here. Wasn't prepared. The new album is called Keys to the Palace, which came out March 14th. So it just came out a little over 2 weeks ago. And it's quite stunning. And so we're going to have Alex on to talk about that album. And then we'll also talk about the Obscura. I forget who else is on that, but Obscura and Atheist are the two main bands.
Yeah, big Shred Fest tour or whatever.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. And unfortunately, they're not coming to Baltimore or Philly, which is bizarre. So if I want to see them, I have to go all the way to Richmond, Virginia, which is like a 3-hour drive. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Depends on how good my sleep is and how well I'm feeling at the time. But So
Yeah.
that's that. I want to read this little sort of monologue that I began. So
Okay.
basically, let me blow myself up here a sec. We'll try that a little bit this time. Bits and pieces. So as I said, I came in at Exuvia, which was, I believe, 2017. No, yeah, right. Well, yeah, 2017, I believe. Let me look. I didn't really memorize the dates here. Blood Vaults was 13. Exuvia was 17, right? That's what I thought. And again, I really was like, kind of like, okay, I think there's something there, but it's almost intimidating. And I think we should mention that right away. There are 6 studio albums with this band. And when we say band, it is a live performing band. But the recorded material, as far as I can tell, is all AVM, and I'm gonna respectfully call Alexander AVM because it's just easier. We'll go with the acronym. When we decided to do this, I knew these albums were pretty heady, but I don't think I was quite ready for how heady they are. And I just want to kind of reiterate the difficulty in digesting 6 albums that are all 60 to 80 minutes long and trying to memorize parts to stand out amongst the gargantuan lengthy tracks with so many ideas where few are ever repeated, i.e. the riffs are always morphing from a common starting point but spiraling into something similar but different throughout these complex and layered songs. It's pretty difficult to get them imprinted on your brain where they don't leave after an absence of listening to them, okay? So I did kind of have to cram these in over the last 3 days or so, which is probably not the right way to do it, but I at least have the ability to not have a lot of distractions because of not being able to work. The only big distraction is my overall health, which has not been great, but I was able to really kind of focus on these things. And so I think it's important to note that this is not a band or project you casually listen to an album by. They're not structured that way. These are immersive listening experiences that need your undivided attention at all points throughout the listening experience in order to fully appreciate what is going on here. Much like I feel kind of like Esoteric has that same sort of thing going on often because they have the big, long, expansive tracks, and we're going to hear the name Esoteric pop up several times throughout this interview from my perspective, and maybe yours too, Jimmy. But what I kind of wanted to get at here was that these albums really need your undivided attention. In my current state of ADHD and the horrible shit that's going on around us daily, this is both a great and difficult task for me to accomplish, but oh so rewarding. There are some of the most complex and intense records you will ever listen to if you like doom death, blackened doom, some level of black metal, and progressive metal. So with all that said, let's go balls deep, my friends. Let's get into it. So I don't know. What do you think about my little monologue that I wrote there? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, it's definitely not a band to take lightly. You can't. You do have to immerse yourself into it. I think that if you've never heard this band before, I mean, I would start with the newest one and work your way back.
I agree.
I mean, I would say their latest one is probably the most, say, listenable, just because like it's a lot more of a beefier production, and more like clear and kind of, they've slowly evolved the production through these records. So, and if you're like really into the new one, again, it's easy to just work your way back. But I mean, if you are and you like it, you have to get every single record because they're all of the utmost highest quality. And I agree with you. What the interesting thing I find the most about the Ruins of Beverast is that, I mean, there are not many bands that can have an hour and 20-minute record and make me very happy about that, because that you do see that often, and usually there's just not enough good music to last for over an hour. Right. Every Ruins record is over an hour, at least hour and 10 minutes, hour and 15 minutes. These are long songs, and but what the one thing that I've always really found that I loved about the band is that okay, they're going to challenge you to really like do the work to understand the music. But at the same time, I think it's very easy to do that because for me, at least for me, every time I hear a Ruins song, like they within the first minute they've got me or he's got me. Like he's got my attention. Like he pulls you in, like and it makes it almost easy for me to want to devote the time to the music because it's so compelling. So that's a fine quality that not many bands have. That can do that every time. That can really just draw you in. And now you're going to have to invest an hour and 15 minutes to dissect this record, and very much like watching a film. I mean, you have to
Exactly.
you're going to start with the film. You have to invest the time in that film. You got to watch from start to finish, right?
Everybody say hi to Dane. Dane is here from Australia. Dane and I talk quite regularly. He's a super cool guy, and this guy is a fucking flaming good guitar. Well, flaming might be the wrong word to use there, but he's a killer guitar player. Let's put it that way. Unbelievable, man. Yeah, you nailed it.
And the other thing I'll quickly say, Jeff, is like the other thing. I truly believe this guy is. I mean, AVM. He's a visionary, and I think that one of the things I'm going to try to bring to the show tonight is to kind of dissect the concepts a little bit, because this is not only is the music so compelling about this band, but so is the themes and the lyrics. And I'm not a lyric guy. I usually don't pay attention to lyrics, but this guy, his concepts beg to be paid attention to and try to get some understanding of, because I think that a lot of his themes are very relevant to modern society, religion, the way that we live our lives, the way that we view the world and existence, and it's very, very dark and very it's not pretty at all. But that's kind of the beauty in this band, is that, like, man, I really think there's so much that you could do, like, if you were like attaining your master's degree in literature or something. I think you could write a thesis on a lot of this stuff, because it's very, very thoughtful in terms of pulling in just deep history, and it's hard to put yourself in that place when you're drawing so far back, because he uses a lot of archaic words and words in the English language that aren't necessarily really used anymore. You kind of have to do your research a bit, but I can nerd out on this band because of those things, and it kind of begs to be done.
And you were lucky enough to see him once or more than once?
Just once. So I saw them at MDF in 2022. In fact, that was a big reason why I went. I mean, there were a billion reasons to go for that year, but that was a really big one. And got to hang out with our boy Devin and Fan and James, and we all stayed up till 1 o'clock in the morning and watched the Ruins set. And they were.
Devin went to that.
Oh yeah, that was the year Devin was there. Yeah.
Okay.
And that was my first.
I knew he was there, but I didn't know he went to the Beverast thing.
Oh yeah, no, he stuck around for that. Yeah, he hung out with us, and we watched. And yeah, they were absolutely. I mean, and he always talked about this never going to be, a live band, but eventually, that happened. And the live band was. I really thought they captured the essence of the music, and it was excellent for sure.
Yeah, they did a cool. I don't know the year. It might have been 12. No, it might have been 19. Did they do Fire?
They did Fire in the Mountains. Yeah, that I'm always going to be kicking myself for not going to that. I don't know what I was thinking at the time, because I was a fan of the band. I don't know. I guess it was probably just because, at the time was whatever was happening, but I always will. And you can see the full set of that too on YouTube when they do Fire in the Mountain.
It's really good. I'm pretty jealous of the fact that you got to see him now. This, I'll let you kind of get into the conceptual thing. I'll throw out the dates and the pertinent stuff. I will say that to my knowledge, AVM does all of the engineering, tracking, mixing, the whole thing. And he's, to my knowledge, I believe he's put all the albums have come out on Van Records from Germany, which is run by one of his bandmates that was in Nagelfar, the bass player. The name's gonna escape me. It's a Norwegian name, which is interesting because it's not a German name, I don't think. But
yeah, I think it's like Sven or something like that. Sven.
yeah, I'd have to look it up. I can look it up in a bit here, but let's do a quick little wiki here thing. Ruins of Beverast is a German black and doom metal project formed by Alexander von Meilenwald in 2003. 6 albums have been released under the moniker through Van Records since 2013. Has also performed live with an expanded lineup under the band's name. Apart from occasional appearances by session musicians, he continues to perform all the instruments and vocals on the band's studio material. Der Spiegel called the third album the Foulest Seaman of a Sheltered Elite, a highly complex album, and rated it 8 out of 10. The album Exuvia was released in 2017. It was received by the metal press Metal Hammer out of Germany, rating it 6 out of 7. Why would you do 6 out? Why would you do 7 as your top number?
Yeah, that's kind of a weird, yeah,
kind of weird
mark.
But other than that, not a lot known. And to my knowledge, I could be wrong about this, but AVM, if you happen to catch this and watch this, please come on my show. Please, we'll have a great conversation. You and I have a lot in common, I guarantee you. In terms of, loving Depeche Mode and a lot of 80s synth bands and classic rock from the 70s, and I know that's very influential. So please come talk to me. But to my knowledge, the only interview that I was able to find of him online in video format is the one done by Jackie over in the UK, Into the Necrosphere. Jackie does a great job. If you haven't seen his stuff, he kind of does what I do, only he does it way more professionally by adding in, songs and all kind of stuff. Now, we are going to try to play some snippets of tracks. Again, most of these tracks, almost all of these tracks, are 7 minutes minimum. I think there's one, unless we're talking about an interlude track, which I'm not going to play any of those. But the interludes were more in the earlier part of the catalog than they are now in the latter back end. But most all the general songs are 8 minutes plus up to 15 or 20. So, 20 is the one split, so that's not on an album. But I think the longest track is like about 16 minutes on Exuvia. It might be Exuvia, actually, or I think. The last track on Blood Vaults is really long, too, which I'll get to that. But yeah, are you ready to rock this out, man?
Yeah, let's do it.
Well, what we'll do, since it's just the two of us, if you're cool, I usually always let my guests go first, but since it's two of us, how about we swap for each album going first?
Yeah, that works for me.
That way we don't steal each other's thunder entirely. And I'll let you, we'll first go over the concept if you want to do that first, and then we'll do our opinions on it. So the first album here is Unlock the Shrine, which Jimmy, you've got. I have these two, but I think I'm going to let him show. Yeah, I've got that copy there. What color is yours? Do you know?
The vinyl, it's like a smoky clear.
I think that's what I got too. Is that it might be the only one they did.
Yeah, this was like the round of represses they did like about 3 years ago or something like that. And boy, they did a beautiful job. Van does an amazing job on these presses.
Van is only rivaled, in my opinion, by Debit Morty. They're the two premium labels that do packaging, man. They just knock it the fuck out of the park. Van might just edge them out by a slight bit. Okay, so we've got Unlock the Shrine. Comes out. Give me 1 sec here while I pull this up. Comes out August 3rd, 2004. That's already 21 years ago. That's mind-blowing to me. And this was actually the very first album that came out on Van. Van 01001. And of course, that's the production and all that stuff, as we said, has the subtitle Reliquary of the White Abyss. And track 1 features samples from the movie The Believers, the 1987 movie The Believers, which I've not seen. So now I'm going to have to kind of look into that. The recording locations were West Hole, and I'm not going to be able to pronounce those. Doesn't matter. So there you go. That's the basic stuff there. Jimmy, why don't you get started on this one?
Yeah. Being the debut record, I mean, just to say, musically, this is already very advanced for a debut. And you can tell that, I mean, if you had never heard anything he would have done yet coming next, you probably would have been pretty excited. Maybe it's not fully as fleshed out as what you're going to find as we go along, but it's still a great record. And I mean, there's so much to unlock in Unlock the Shrine, which is the name of the record. This is probably his most, I guess, black metal production. The guitar tone is very, has that sort of fuzzy kind of old school kind of guitar tone to it.
I'm going to disagree with you.
You don't think so?
I think Rain is his most black metal album.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, I just meant more like the guitar tone was kind of more like it had that sort of
the HM2, the buzzy.
Yeah, like the sort of like black metal production that you
I still feel Rain's a little more in the black metal pocket than this one, but there's a lot of songs on here, and we're gonna play one of them that's very black metal. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean the songs. I mean it's. I mean he's never been just like a purely black metal band. I mean already off the bat you have a lot of kind of crossing over of genres and influences that are going on in the music. But it's a massive record, and I do want to kind of dissect the concept a little bit, and that this is kind of important when essentially the name of the record, Unlock the Shrine, to me kind of what I like, and I've read interviews with AVM, and I've seen him talk about how, and I really appreciate that he really does kind of leave a lot of his concept and his lyrics open to interpretation, in that you could be searching forever to really try to understand exactly where he's pulling from, or what he might try to be suggesting with the song. But there's interviews that you can find out there online with him, where he talks about this record as being sort of a picture of a world in decay, pre-apocalyptic scenario of hopelessness, imminent annihilation, the process of Earth lying in her throes of death. He's described it as being a very deeply personal record. The lyrics are all sort of embedded within dark and surreal sceneries of horror and fright, nihilism and death. These are his words.
Yep.
And basically he's described this album as it's about the darkest parts of the soul. So if you, and I also should preface that the name of the band, the Ruins of Beverast is a word he sort of loosely modified from a word which was Bifrost. And what this is a heathenish Germanic mythological term which embodies the bridge between earth and heaven, and the running of the bridge is part of the human world's apocalypse. So that kind of gives you an idea of what he's coming at here. The collapse of this mighty bridge is a gloomy, impressing vision that points out the essence of the band, essentially annihilation, putridness, fear, and gloom. So anyway, his words.
I think even too, if we just break down some of the song titles, God Sent No Sign, Skeleton Coast, Procession of Pawns, Summer Decapitation Ritual, Unlock the Shrine, Subterranean Homicide Lament. These are not happy songs. Let me just clue you in. They're not.
No.
Okay.
They're not. And so talking about the song titles, and this dude has the coolest song titles in the world.
He does have some
song titles. You can see kind of some parallels. I mean, like some of his records are a concept, but this is, I think, more kind of just standalone. But the title track, I mean, the first track, Between Bronze Walls, to me, I sort of envision this sort of this dungeon in the Middle Ages, and it's basically him describing somebody that's imprisoned, and the whole idea of Unlock the Shrine to me kind of sort of symbolizes like the beginning of this band. You're basically where the shrine is where the spirits are, because he often talks about like humanity versus like the unseen, kind of spirit world, and how basically man has kind of lost its connection to nature, and because of modernization and all these things, and that this is ultimately what will bring about the downfall of man. And so you kind of see this like in some of these song titles, with Euphoria, When the Bombs Fell. I mean, that's I mean, just that one and Summer Decapitation Ritual, I think, are both war songs. You know, that they're very much about the horrors of war and that being part of the human psyche. You know, whereas the Clock Hand Groaning Circle is sort of like time as death, and you know, Unlock the Shrine, you know, sort of unleashing of the god or the spirits that bring about the end of humanity is kind of where he's getting at here with the subject matter. But you know, musically, you're getting black metal, you're getting the beginnings of his sort of death doom leanings, but you're hearing a lot of layers and you're hearing a lot of things going on. And it just, that's the beauty of the band, is you always hear something new when you're listening. The production is not, you know, very welcoming. You know, it's very ugly. It's very dense, and it gets even more so as we go along. Yeah, but this, I mean, like, you know, but there's a lot of layering.
Hold on, if I could just interject one thing.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
This is not, you know, this is not some lo-fi band recording in a fucking porta potty somewhere. I just want to make that clear.
Right.
The second album approaches that, but I think it was a stylistic, and I think that was determined by the material and the ferocity of the material. I think he really wanted to kind of, because it definitely takes a step back before it takes a big leap forward on the third album. But I don't find the production on this that abrasive. I would say it's, you know, on an abrasive scale, if let's say, oh God, you know, I'm trying to think of like a super abrasive black metal album. I don't really like that stuff.
Yeah, it's still listenable. I mean, it's not
very listenable. Yeah.
But it's definitely like, you know, you can tell
it's not welcoming. It's not welcoming. Yeah,
it's very claustrophobic. It's very like just suffocating in a lot of ways, you know. But you know, I mean, there's a lot of layers to unlock with all the crazy synth things that he's doing, the sampling, you know, the electronic side of the band, and then also the, you know, kind of the clean vocal. And I mean, we'll talk about his vocals more. I'm not going to so much on this one, but he's got a lot of different diversity in the way that his vocals work. So, but this is, I guess one of my only complaints about this album is maybe there's a few too many, like there's an interlude between each song.
Yeah.
And the interludes, like a couple of them are really good, and a couple of them just kind of, I feel like, get in the way a little bit. And like,
I agree.
I kind of wish he would have just, you know, because it's a long enough record that
Kellen with the win. Kellen with the win.
But, hey, Kellen, how's it going, bud?
Kellen,
for sure.
Win. That's the album right there. Exactly.
That's what you were thinking of. Yeah. It's not quite that. It's you know, but yeah, man. I mean, like, that's kind of what I have to say about it. I mean, I think that, you know, and again, to sort of to kind of give a little bit more color to the vocals or the lyrics, is that, you know, the idea here is, you know, they're supposed to be like a sledgehammer to hammer a horrible truth into the soul. This is his words. You know, and it's driven by wrath and contempt for the ignorance of mankind. So,
wow.
So that's what you're getting here. And that sounds really, really negative and awful, but
very thoughtful from a heady standpoint, because
yes, and I think that there's
right.
I think he's intellectualizing that, you know, and I think he does that a lot here with a lot of the lyrics. And there's some other things I'm gonna point to as far as lyrics go with later records. But as a debut, man, I mean, it's like I do think that, like, if you were getting to the band, I wouldn't start with this one, but I mean, because he goes, I mean, it evolves so much throughout the trajectory, but it's absolutely essential. I
think you're 100% right. I would not start with the first two albums, because there's a starting point that if you dive in there, there's kind of no escape in a weird way. Okay. In other words, it's so intense to some extent that it might scare you off to a degree. That's not to say that the later material is much easier to digest, or that it's, you know, lighter weight, because it's definitely not. But these first two albums, in particular the second album, it's fucking intense. It's intense stuff.
It really is.
Yeah. So what do you want to highlight as far as tracks and talk about tracks. Why don't you dig into
Yeah,
that?
I mean, for me, I mean, I pretty much love every song on here.
So do I. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, between Bronze Walls is a great opener. It's just got that trademark weird kind of melodic style that he's got. The drum, this is a one man operation, and he's a great drummer too. And the drums are awesome. And Euphoria and Summer Decapitation Ritual, the two war songs, are just bonkers, just crazy, crazy stuff. Especially Summer Decapitation Ritual, it just gets into this weird, like really uncomfortable melodies that really makes you like envision kind of what he's talking about here, and just kind of mass execution style stuff. But Clock Hands Groaning Circle, I mean, that's probably like the most the catchiest track on here that you'll remember. Just a really good dirge kind of song. And but for me, I think the closing track before the last outro, the Mine, I think that's really where you start to kind of see where he's going to go, because it kind of brings in some of that more kind of his death doom. It really kind of has a little bit of everything to it, along with that just really amazing like melodic atmosphere that he brings to the music. So it's just, you can tell listening to it that, wow, he's really going to develop this from that track, The Mine. But yeah, man, I mean, pretty much everything on here, I absolutely love. But you do have to spend the time to really dissect some of them, because it's ugly music, but it's also really
but it's also very beautiful too.
Yeah, and it's just so interesting, man. Just brings you in, and I think that's kind of what his goal was, to just to draw you into this thing and not be able to escape it,
Yeah, I think so I'm going to do a track by track like I normally do, but I'll try to make it quick. But I think it's important for those out there that are not in tune with this band or haven't checked this band out. It'll give you a pretty good vibe. What I did was I listened to all these albums either 2 or 3 times back. Like I started at the front, went to the back, and went from the back to the front. And I made notes on my first pass, and the second pass I adjusted notes if I felt I needed to. So between Bronze Walls, like we said, the Believers samples are haunting. It starts with suspended arpeggios that hang in the dank atmosphere. And that's the thing, man. This guy creates atmosphere that is fucking insane, man. They're just, there's very few bands, I think, that can create atmosphere like this guy can. There's a couple of them out there, like, they're there. But yeah, there you go. Yeah. Now, that's not the original cover, though, I don't think. The original is the one with the portal thing on it, right?
Yeah, I think it's a similar, with the ruins, but it's just more colored, I think. And just
it's not. Now, I don't know. Maybe it's the CD.
I think it had a couple of different covers. So yeah, I think the original one was different than this. You might
like the CD that I bought looks like this. Let me see if I can. What the fuck is going on here? Hold on. All right, let me pull that up real fast. So there's the original.
Okay, yeah, it is different.
And there's like a face in there. If you drill down in here, you can sort of. I don't know if I can blow it up. I can't blow it up. I don't know why it's not getting. Oh, there. Like there's you fucking whore. There's a face there. You see it?
Yeah, yeah.
It looks like fucking Mortiz. I was thinking,
it does.
Is that Mortiz there? What the hell? There, look. See it almost.
Yeah.
Like
okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So that's the original one. I just got a CD of that on the way. I got it for $20. I was kind of blown away by that. But yeah, back to the breakdown here. So you get these dank atmospheres, then the super distorted, harrowing vocals come in, and they're quite effective as the song starts to pick up speed. Skeleton Coast interlude, electronic distorted robotic voice, spoken word over an eerily oppressive and dank backdrop of cave-like riffs, darkness in its auditory form. Euphoria, when the bombs fell. What a great fucking title for a song.
Oh, it's an amazing title.
It's like, man, why don't I think of titles like that? Purely menacing, this track wants to haunt your dreams and cut your throat as it unleashes its speed and ferocity, opening with a blasty section with snarling, black and wretched vocals that remind me a lot. And I'll be curious to see what you think of this. Hey, let me kill that, by the way. Okay. The vocals on this album in particular, and at a couple points, and definitely on the next album, remind me a lot of Rest from Leviathan. I don't know if you are much into the Leviathan thing, but it reminds me a lot of Jeff Whitehead's kind of like that howling scream that he does. That's just like pain of the soul. Like you brought up him talking about the soul. Exactly, man. Yeah, it's much more opaque, Kellen. That's the one I have coming. You almost can't make out what's going on there. And then we've got God Sent No Sign, super dark and gloomy, buzzing, heavy guitars, saturated, modulated cleans as it builds, dank but kind of repetitive. That's the interlude. And we get to the Clock Hands Groaning Circles. Another great title, man.
So good.
Has a distinctly My Dying Bride feel, I think, if you really listen to it, like early My Dying Bride. It feels dark, dreary as fuck, aqueous, drifting vocals, super badass track, super killer. We're going to hear that to break down. When it breaks down into the doomier section with the disjointed voices and spoken word in the middle there, you get a real saturated psychedelic vibe from it. Really cool. The groaning and moaning is sort of like Blue Das Nord, maybe from Mort or something like that. It's got that kind of vibe to it. And then the ending with the church bells, which he uses to such great effect on this album and the next album. He uses those church bells, the distant church bells, like you're hearing it from, miles away, but you're hearing the midnight church bell tolling or something. That's super duper cool, man. Procession of the Prawns, super weird, kind of off-putting, but almost like a childhood nursery rhyme sort of vibe to it. It's like this weird little repeating drum pattern and a circular note set of piano notes that's super dark and ominous, man. It's like almost, it's almost like, you know what I'm saying? Like if you listen to like the Oompa Loompa song or something from Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory, only in hell. That's what this sounds like.
Totally.
So fucking weird, right? And then you get to Summer Decapitation Ritual. It's just a murderously savage raw track. It's like you go into that and you're like, what just happened, man? What just happened here?
Yeah, dude, that keyboard part is like dun 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 dun.
It's so insistent, and it like when you first hear that keyboard part, you're like, that doesn't belong in there. And then when you about 30 seconds in, you're like, okay, the track wouldn't work without that. It just would work, but it wouldn't be the same track because that keyboard part is fucking haunting, man. It's like it's like it gets in your head and psychologically it starts fucking your brain, man. So evil, man. Nasty fucking track. You got those otherworldly horns that pop up in there. That wah, wah, wah,
yeah,
wah, wah,
yeah.
Oh man, that horns are like fucking horrible, man. It's like all I think of is like Damien the Omen when I hear that, man. It's like it's the devil is coming to get. I don't even believe in that shit, but that's what it sounded like, right?
Totally.
Then you get a sudden shift at the end, which is totally white. Like, what just happened there when he goes into that Germanic clean singing anthemic part? Where it's like, oh, it's almost like opera, and you're like, wow. You're gonna listen to that song. Cool. I got to see how long it is to see if we can get through the whole thing. Cellar Tunes, weird interlude of rainy nightmares and processed robotic spoken word. And then you get the crying samples. You know, the crying samples always fuck you up. You know what I mean? Hauntingly weird, oddly reminds me of an Andrew Lyles song or a weird interlude. And then you go into Unlock the Shrine. Doomy, eerie, heavy, and harsh, whispered and disembodied voices and samples with dark, shimmering cleans and distorted synths. Tremendously gloomy atmosphere as it builds. The vocals become more and more unhinged and despondent. I want to make this clear right here now, what I'm about to say. This is my personal observations of this song. If you're triggered by the word suicide, don't listen, okay? The vocals become more unhinged and despondent. This is suicidal, unaliving music to kill yourself to. I am not telling anyone to kill yourself. Don't kill yourself, okay? That's just the way I feel this track made me feel momentarily. It's that hopeless. It's, when you get into the funeral march portion at about 6 minutes, when the music turns back to blasting blackened doom, it picks the intensity and speed up. It's probably my second favorite. It's right there with Clocks as far as my favorite two tunes on the album. Again, hands down, this is pure fucking despair and hopelessness in auditory form. And the part where he's doing, oh, 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 and you're like, stop, dude. Don't do this to me, man. It almost sounds like a synth pad, but it also sounds like real vocals. So unbelievably fucking killer. Again, the suicide stuff was me just saying what it conjured in my brain. Don't do stupid shit. Okay. Subterranean Homicide Lament, a weird funeral march as an interlude. Lots of industrial vibes to it. You even get some spooky, almost classical keys sounding in there, almost classical music. And then you get word samples that are in reverse. They're doing the backward little, all that weird backward masking shit. And then the mind, dude, goddamn, doomy, cavernous opening, layered craziness, all designed to make you feel disassociated with reality. And it kind of works pretty good. Long intro, then at the 5-minute mark, it becomes this droning buzz. Sounds like an evil hive of wasps ready to burrow into your brain as the percussion kicks in. Another fucking evil, evil, evil tune. It's hard to grasp for me where AVN is even coming up with this stuff. As a guitar player and a pretty decent guitar player, I write songs. I can't write these songs. There's no way. I could never come up with shit this demented but cohesive. It's demented, but it's cohesive. I don't know how he does it. I don't get it. White Abyss. Is White Abyss a bonus track? It must be.
I think that's the outro, right?
Oh, is it the outro? Because it's pretty long, though. You might be right. I'd have to look. But weird black metal and chanting, almost Depeche Mode. It's pretty badass ending. But fucking bizarrely weird that it culminates in it kind of culminates in this swirling miasma of like mindfucker here. Just like, whoa. Key tracks for me are Unlock the Shrine. That's a 5 out of 5. Clockwork's Groaning is a 5 out of 5. The Mine is a 4.75 out of 5. Between the Bronze Walls, a 4.5 out of 5. This is a trippy mindfuck of an LSD trip filled with dread and disoriented fuckery. It's not an immediate listen, but if you like metal that's extremely challenging, this is definitely one to pick up. But I would start later in the catalog and move back because this is a killer fucking album. I'm going to give it a 9.25 out of 10 only because the production is a little bit less kind, I guess is the word, kind, for people that like me that like really well-produced albums. So, all right. We'll just go with you going and then me because you've got the conceptual stuff that I'll let you talk about. So, Rain Upon the Impure, which comes out. If you want to show that, Jimmy, I'll blow you up here.
Kind of not much. Well, you can kind of see it, but it's a weird cover art.
Yeah, very weird. Very dark and barely, you can barely see it. So this comes out December 24th, 2006 on Van again. This is Van number 9 for those keeping track. Additional notes on this one are the Chanting in Blood Vaults 1, the virginal Malador, I guess, Malad. I'm usually pretty good with English, but I don't know that word. Malador, I think it is sampled from the film The Name of the Rose. Oh, I know that one. That's
Sean Connery.
Yeah, it was Enrico Fermi. No, not Enrico Fermi. He was a scientist. Federico Kellen's gonna know. He knows everything. The samples at the beginning of The Soil of the Incestuous is from a film called The Attic Expeditions, directed by Jeremy Caston. Recorded and mixed from July through December of 2006. So go ahead, let her rip.
Yeah, you have to take a breath before even contemplating this album because, man, I mean, I would say this is probably the most challenging record in his whole
100%.
In his whole discography. it's like sort of just like flush everything that you thought about this band on the first record when you hear this. Now you can tell it's the same band for sure. But I mean, he came with a really weird production here, and this record, I would say that like when you first hear it, you got to give it some time, because once you kind of adjust to it,
it's critical.
You have to adjust to it to enjoy it. And once you do, I feel like you can get past how dense and kind of difficult it is of a listen. But I mean, musically, I mean, I think he's really kind of even more so becoming what this project is with this music. I mean, it's equally, I would describe the first two records as equally as disturbing. Well, I think this one's probably a little bit more, but just, we're going to keep hearing us use the words dense and claustrophobic and suffocating. And that's all here. Yeah. I mean, but like this one, I mean, the freaking guitar tone sounds like a wet tin can,
And the drums sound like they're about 4,000 miles away.
They do, yeah, and they got a weird kind of tone to them that I actually like. I grew to love the production because I think it's kind of critical for these songs. And Rain Upon the Impure, I mean, what a great continuing just the awesome, just sick as hell album title names and song names. Where with the first record, I think it was more about the psyche. This one was more about human behavior. The darkest parts of human behavior, as he's described it. As you noted, it starts the Blood Vault series, where he has one track called Blood Vaults, and then he kind of continues that, culminating with the record, the record Blood Vaults. But I think this is where we're really getting into some really cool concepts in terms of what he's getting at here. So if we start looking at some of the song titles. The first track, 50 Forts Along the Rhine. The Rhine is one of I think it's the largest river in Germany. The Rhine is basically, it serves as a border between Germany, Austria, France, and Switzerland. And so 50 forts along the Rhine. So obviously this sort of sounds like it's going to be sort of a war song. I think what I deduced from it is, doing some research, is that, it has geographical significance in deep history, as well as a sort of strategic importance, like in, say, World War II. So, we're talking about, centuries of war in this region, right? Endless war is kind of what comes to mind with some of these lyrics. He starts citing some really ancient, history here, like Middle Ages, and, they cite one of the forts as called Castra Vetera. This is a Roman fort and military camp, and it's located near the today town of Xanten in Germany. And this served as a military base for the Romans in Germania Inferior, situated near the Lower Rhine. And so a lot of the stuff I had to kind of pull from like Wikipedia, just some of this history stuff. Wikipedia is not always the best place to go, but when it comes to history, things like this, you can usually get a little bit of an inkling of what it is. The fort was established around 15 BC that they refer to in the lyrics here. So this song, it could be referring to the Roman campaigns against Germania on the East Bank, and essentially just conflict and constant occupation of the region and the assimilation of the Germanic tribes and the land there. So in the lyrics, it says, the northern eyesight is extinguished, the western limbs are dead, the southern torso is crippled, the east cannot defend. Wow. So I think, you can kind of look in there and deduce like some of the, that he's pulling from, Middle Age history or just even before that, Roman history of the region. And, I just find that really interesting. And, if we go on further, with some of these tracks, I think you're starting to see his sort of his criticism of Catholicism or Christianity is really kind of coming in on this record, which he's going, a really big theme of his, and of course as a black metal or whatever, but he's doing it in a lot more intellectual way. So we obviously have the start of the Blood Vault series, but when we get into tracks like the soil of the incestuous and the title track Rain Upon the Impure, you know, again, this is the beginnings of him sort of deconstructing Christianity. You know, for example, in Rain of the Impure, Rain Upon the Impure, there's a lyric, when the bread is broken, wounds are nailed into your palms. This is, of course, you know, a reference to the Last Supper, crucifixion. And then it goes on, you who first cast the stone, are you adorned with wings? How could you silently suffer the sight of your dreams wreckage? Does the Christ-like figure or Jesus? I think what it's saying here is sort of, you know, it's asking, you know, this Christ-like figure or Jesus, does Jesus or you know, have the divine power to rid the world of evil, is kind of what he's getting at here. So is there a sort of a hypocrisy that he's finding in certain segments of the Bible? And then in one of the most interesting things in the lyrics, or in Soil of the Incestuous, says, the path of the mind's eye shall never bifurcate. And I just think that's so badass. I don't know what he's getting at there, but there's a lot here. You know,
what's it again? Say the words.
It was, the path of the mind's eye shall never bifurcate.
Well, bifurcate means to split in two, basically.
To split in two, yeah. So,
So,
and I think so. I think there's a psychedelia here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's going to continue like through, you know, and it's very evident in the music itself, which we'll find as we go forward. But I mean, the music here, man, it's just, this is one of those albums that, like, man, when I get to the end of it, especially like the last half of it, I'm just like, man, what the fuck did I just listen to?
You're broken.
I can't, like, it's like you'll try to refer to it in your head when you think about Rain Upon the Impure. You'll remember like the first couple of tracks, you'll remember like moments, but you'll sit there and wondering, I can't remember anything from it.
Right.
So it's not memorable in that sense, but as soon as you go back to it and you listen to it, you're like, oh yeah, I love this.
Exactly.
So cool. And then it's over, and then you forget again, and it's got this weird effect that makes you want to keep coming back to it.
I'm so glad you brought that up, because it was a point I was going to get to probably on this album, and that is, there's so much thrown at you that your mind, and again, we, you know, sadly, more and more and more as we move into the future, we seem to be able to retain less and less and less. Everything is a TikTok moment. Everything's a short moment. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Mainly because we're being bombarded by so much information all the time that our minds naturally have to fucking shut down from time to time, because if we don't, we'll literally be fucking sitting there slobbering and playing with our poo. You know what I mean? Literally, that's the truth. We'll just be overwhelmed at a point we can't fucking function. And the thing about these albums being that they are all 67 minutes, I believe, is the shortest one, and above. Most are right on the 79-minute mark, right? The 80 mark, is that you are being fed a lot of deep information that is extremely, oftentimes diametrically opposed in the same songs. You're getting these savage riff sections, and then you're getting these drifting, almost dark ambient, doomy guitar interlude things. Then you're going from death vocals where it's to then you're getting the the screams and there's so much to take in that your body and brain is your brain in particular is kind of overwhelmed with it. But you're 100% right. After a few listens, you do start to pick out moments where you're like, oh man, this is so fucking killer.
Amazing.
And you can't explain how or why that's happening. This isn't, the boys are back in town, the boys are back in town. There's none of that shit here. Great song, great band. You guys know I love Thin Lizzy. Phil was a master at writing a hooky chorus. You don't really have any hooks in any of these songs at all. Very little. If you do, it's minimal at best. What you have is an overall giant 30,000-foot view of a colossal amount of information that is somehow incredibly what's the word I'm looking for here? Seductive. It's seductive. It makes you go, wow, that was so fucking killer. And then you go, wait, how did it go? How did it go? And you got to go back and listen again. And as soon as you hear that, those parts that really jump out at you, you're like, yeah, that's it. Ba-bum, ba-bum. And then, but then if you went out, like, for example, I just sang The Boys Are Back, and Friday night at Dino's Grill, they'll be blood dressed to kill. The boys are back in town. I could sing every bit of that, and everyone out there will go, all right, I don't really like that band, but man, that's tuneful. I can remember it. I could not sit down and sing you one Ruins of Beverast song, or even a part of a song that you'd go, oh yeah, I'm getting it. But it's the whole, not the parts that matter. It's the whole. And they're big holes, man. They're fucking black holes too. That's the other part of this thing, right? So,
oh yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's right. I think you nailed it. I mean, this is a record that, like, if I hadn't listened to it in a long time and I forget, I could still, So same one I've got. I could still tell you that, oh my God, Rain Upon the Impure is absolutely mind blowing. And it's the gift that keeps on giving in a lot of ways, because you have, I mean, every time I listen to it, there's something new. There's something that I enjoy from it. There's something that makes me really unsettled. There's something that makes me sort of inspired. And I find this with a lot of his records, but this, wow. I mean, I pretty much love every song on here, but Soliloquy of the Stigmatized Shepherd is, oh my God, I mean, just then you're really starting to see like a lot of the more death doom elements. And, even in the first track, 54, It's Along the Rhine, I mean, right when he goes into that, God, that just slow death doomy kind of style that he just does so well. It just, oh man, it just brings you in, and it's an investment for sure. And you're seeing a lot of different elements to the music here as well, especially when he starts bringing in some of these big choral, vocal hooks that they are kind of hooky in a way, because like that might be the only hooky thing you get sometimes, is like the clean vocal part where it's a big, sort of it's like a chanting choir of monks or something, and
lots of monks. Yeah.
It totally fits with that vision. I mean, like the music fits right in there. It gives you that vision of this time in the Middle Ages, like,
Yes. Very medieval, very medieval.
Yeah. And I think, again, going back to the concept here is that, I mean, as we start to get into his sort of views on religion and, Judeo-Christianity, I mean, if you look at the cover, it's kind of hard to tell, but if you look in the distance, you can see like, it looks like almost like an army procession, and there's these dark clouds, and that sort of gives you the idea of the Rain Upon the Impure are basically, essentially saying that, Christ didn't have the divine power to rid the world of evil, that it all is evil, and that's the Rain Upon the Impure is all of us, and that's, man, that just kind of like gives me goosebumps, like when I think about that, because it's just so
nihilistic. I mean, it's totally nihilistic, man.
Yeah. But man, I mean, that's about all I have to say, but it's absolutely essential. But I mean, you better have a tough stomach, and you better, be ready to face, the harsh realities of the world, in the mirror. And I think that this record can really, I think it's sort of like one of those steps in that process for you to become even stronger in a way. I don't know if that makes sense, but it does in my head,
what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Yeah, man. And so like, and that's the beauty of this album.
I think you could kind of nutshell it a little closer to what doesn't kill your spirit, makes you stronger.
Right. And you don't have to
tested a lot lately. So that's kind of what I think, to some degree, I agree with you entirely that the rain upon the impure is all of us.
Right.
The human species is the impure, and the rain will cleanse us all, and it will either cleanse us and make us spiritually aware of not God or religion or anything like that, spiritually aware of maybe the Great Spirit being the earth and the cosmos and the universe as a whole. But if you're not there, it's gonna wash you the fuck away, man. It's gonna drown you like a fucking rat.
That's exactly right. I think that's totally right. And another interesting thing about that, Jeff, is that's part of the concept here, is that the rain is the nature. The rain is what humankind has lost touch with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so, and that's a huge thing that he's kind of putting across with his concept here, you know, because these lyrics they're metaphors. They're, they're analogies, you know, they're not very easy to dissect. Is he criticizing Christ here, or is he, you know, like kind of just, or is he just stating that that's just the way I view it, or you could interpret it in
Christ, or is he speaking from the position of being Christ?
From his own position? Exactly. Right. I mean, it could be any of those things. I think that there's not a duality, but a mixture of ways you can interpret it, you know, so. But I think you're exactly right. The way you describe that's a really important point and an important part of this band.
I think so. We didn't play the track. I'm trying to decide whether I want to play tracks after each album, or should I wait till the end? If I wait till the end, people might bail, but that's okay. They can listen to them later. But I'm also thinking if I do them at the end, worst case scenario, if I got to snip them off, I can do it. What do you think?
Yeah, I think
it makes more sense to do it linearly, like within the context of the discussion. But at the same point in time, I don't think they're going to shut us down over this band. I highly doubt it, very highly doubt. But the point is, I probably won't get a copyright strike. I'll probably get one of those. Oh, it's not being visible here, there, or wherever. So
yeah,
you know what? Let's just go ahead and do a track. I'm not going to do the whole track, because we just don't have time to play 6-10 minute song. That's going to be a full hour time.
Yeah, just a portion.
So what I'm going to play from the first album, and I struggled with this. I really wanted to do a couple different songs, but I'm going to go with I'm going to go with son of a bitch. What the hell is it called? I want to give it the full title. Give me one sec here. There we go. I'm going to go with The Clock Hand's Groaning Circles, because it probably, as Jimmy said, it's probably the most immediately catchy. If you really want to call any of his songs catchy, I don't really know that you can, to be honest with you, but I think that's what we'll give it a shot here. So let me do this quick, and we're going to get rid of that. And where's it at? Here we go. Ready? Oh, I need to do one quick thing here. Sorry. I need to do this. I need to shut off. Hope this works. that A
Oh yeah.
loves wind sounds. There's a lot of wind on these first two albums. Would maybe tie in to the concept of Mother Earth and getting away from nature. I don't know. But it's also a cool sound effect. Let's be honest. Everyone loves the sound of wind on a fucking metal album. It's just so metal, right? Yeah, man. I cut out the middle part, which is about 5 minutes of really slower funeral doom. But you get that. You're right. The buzzsaw sort of guitars there is a different tone than he uses later on, particularly on the next album. Man, love that song. Like I said, it was a tough call between that or Unlock the Shrine. Both are, to me, the alpha predators of that album. But I love the Mind too, because it was one of my 4 or 5 tracks that I was like, you got to listen to these. So, yeah, okay. So, I'll do my quick trip on Rain Upon the Impure, and then we'll play a track from that, and then we'll move on. We'll be 1/3 of the way done, and we'll keep it moving. So yeah, for me, this album should be the one that I would go, nah, not my thing. I typically do not like raw production. I typically do not like raw black metal. I fucking love this album. I love this album. In fact, I love it a lot. You'll see at the very end why and where. This came, as I said, this came out in 2006, so we're talking 2 years after the debut. 54ths Along the Rhine opening with Groans and Moans and that wind and rain, of course, because that's one of AVM's favorite sound effects, and why not? And you get, right out the bat, you get the buzzsaw blackened hornet's nest of riffery as the snare, which sounds a million miles away, kicks in and builds. The drone builds and builds and builds. This is super lo-fi production compared to even the debut for my ears, and I think you feel pretty much the same way. I'd love to talk to him about why that was. I'm sure he's answered it in interviews somewhere, but I would love to know what the abrupt change, whether it was the material that demanded it, whether it was where his head was at, what he was listening to. But this production is completely different than the first album, I think, or not, maybe not completely different, but far more murkier and far less. The mix is much more dank and dense and impenetrable for me. Yeah, it's just the lengthy intro highlights a dense claustrophobic atmosphere that reeks of evil and dread, impenetrable darkness personified as an auditory nightmare. Fucking vile and grotesque. I love it. Soliloquy of the Stigmatized Shepherd. That's the one we're going to play. Jesus Christ. Might be one of the most hopelessly heavy and crushing tracks ever. If there was one ROB track you should check out, this is the one for me. It's truly vile and leaves you gasping for air throughout, but it's pointless because you know you're going to die in the end. This song is just insanely heavy and so hopeless in the best possible ways, except for when the choir pops in near the end of the song, when it kind of becomes almost uplifting and epic for a short time, less than a minute. This is in some weird twisted universe is what I said there. Rapture's an interlude. It's, it's standard interlude. Blood Vault's number 1. So we've got 3 Blood Vault parts that we're on one is on Reign of the Impure. 2 is on Blood Vaults. I'm sorry. Foulest Seaman of Sheltered Elite. And 3 is on Blood Vaults itself, right? I got that right, Jimmy, right? Are you there?
Oh, yep. Sorry.
The Blood Vaults track, the trilogies on these next 3 albums. Yeah, from here on out.
Yeah, well, this is the first track. Yeah, right. This is the first track of that.
And then, again, we get the church bells chiming, super devastatingly bleak. The monk choir chants. You brought up the monk chant choirs. Those are the chanting monk choirs. There we go. A little bit of dyslexia there. The interesting thing about it is that he likes to use some similar effects, but the way that he uses them in every track is usually generally very different and triggers a different emotional response. And I should also mention that the monk choirs, this is not Enigma, Enigma, Jimmy? Do you remember?
Yeah.
Sonic? Yeah. And I love that album. I love that album.
It's a good reference point, though. Yeah.
Dude, I love that fucking album, but this ain't those monk choirs, man. This is totally different. Very very ominous, foreboding, kind of terrifying. So yeah, we get that. We get the generally a brutal, dismal song. It's clearly one of the major highlights of this album, no question. The atmosphere is palpable as you fall into this orgy of nightmarish proportions. The Washi guitars are so sick on this. By Washi, I mean he's got just this. You almost can't tell it's guitars in a way. It almost sounds like it could be a synthesizer creating this layer of fuzz, but it is guitar, and it's really effective on that song. Soil of the Incestuous, Church Bells again, such effective use throughout his recordings. It's like for me, the Church Bells are like AVM's harbinger of doom. It's his calling card. Like, get ready, man. I'm going to fuck you up right now, okay? So that's that. But when it does the bells, it goes in that super cool delayed clean arpeggio. And I don't love the sound of the snare on this song for some reason. It really sticks out over all the other songs. But otherwise, this relentlessly crushing. The end is very funeral doom. Incestuous is just a wicked tune. And here we got Balna Kil, I don't know, the Bleak. I can't read that stuff. But anyways, Ominous Interludus Maximus is what I put there. Rain Upon the Impure, massive, almost epic giant landscapes of crushing cores and growls, slow but propulsive drumming, and dense synths that sound far away. This song builds into equivalent of a sonic fever dream, especially with the choirs and screams and gutturals. It's like a horrible nightmare you can't escape, just jaw-droppingly horrifying. For me, key tracks are 54ths, that's 4.5 out of 5. Soliloquy is a 20 out of 5. Yeah, you heard that right. It's 20 out of 5. Blood Vaults is 5 out of 5, and Rain Upon the Impure is a 10 out of 5. Last couple little notes here on this. This album might be the most oppressive and ugly in the ROB catalog. It truly is an orgy of dank, hopeless quagmires of riffs that ebb and flow in one long, chilling trip, like you are adrift on an ocean of misery that you ultimately know you will drown in. Some of my favorite ROB tracks immediately on here. Some of my favorite ROB tracks on here aren't immediate, but they're purposely murky, and the purposely murky and flat mix that makes it sound a bit like a soup of darkness is one of its only slight drawbacks. But it actually, to me, it's a drawback, but it's not. It's actually the calling card of this album. It is a weird mix, but I really fucking love it. This album's you know what it reminds me a little bit of, Jimmy? You familiar with the early Zaster albums?
Not really.
Like the real early ones? Like
I know the band, but I never really
it's very Zastrous, and I'd be interested to see what Kellen says about that. This particular album just sounds like very early, like the first 2 or 3 Zaster albums, I think. Really fucking badass stuff. I'm going to give this, for the mix, I'm going to give it an 8 out of 10, but I'm going to give it a 9.8 out of 10 for the atmosphere and the song ideas and otherworldly feel. It's also hard to miss on here, for me, the esoteric influence. There's no doubt that AVM has to be very aware of esoteric. Just, I wouldn't believe it at all if he said he didn't know who they were and hadn't listened to them, because I definitely feel it on the more clean and shimmery sections, and we hear that more and more on the upcoming records there. So let's do a quick song off there, and we'll do Soliloquy. And where are we at? Hold on a sec here. And I'll make sure it's all the way up. I had them all turned down. That's what was kind of fucked up there. All right, we ready? Let me just do this quick. And we go back here and we'll get started. Very Greg Chandler. Very Greg Chandler.
Drawing me back in.
Wow. That's what I'm saying, man. That song is 15 minutes long. And I don't know if you hear it, but boy, I definitely hear the Greg Chandler vocals on that big fucking time. Like that broken. It's like I can't even do it because I don't have the vocal that does that. But the way it's processed, the way he enunciates, very esoteric, but yet it's very Funeral Doom. That's a very Funeral Doom-ish track all the way through. But I had to skip because it's 15 minutes. I couldn't play the whole thing. But that ending is just like the skies open up and
Unbelievable.
the heavens. You're like, wow, man. Just fucking insane. All right, so that puts us at the third album. Real quick, though, I'm going to throw in two quick splits. We got the Faust and Ruins of Beverast split from 2007. I only listened to the Ruins of Beverast tracks. I did not listen to the other tracks. I didn't have the time. So did you say you have this one, Jimmy? You do have this one, right?
Yeah, this is I think it's just a compilation of the first couple of splits and like.
Okay, that's the Grave Mold, right?
Planted by Grave Mold.
Yeah, so we should mention that came out in 2011, I believe. Let me look here on Metallum. Yeah, it's called Enchanted by Grave Mold. That's a compilation. It's got 2 covers on it, I believe, right? Am I wrong? Depeche Mode.
Yeah, it's got 3 covers actually. There's
Maybe
Depeche Mode, Dead Can Dance, and My Dying Bride covers.
Oh, there is a My Dying Bride. Makes total sense.
Yeah.
What song do they cover?
Symphonaire and Furnace.
Nah, well, of course. That makes complete sense. Which Dead Can Dance track?
That was Enigma the Absolute.
Okay.
And To Have and Hold by Depeche Mode, and then the first 3 tracks are the singles from the splits.
they're the singles from the Faust Ruins split and the Gott und uns. And what you got on on the Faust one, you got the Moselle Enigma is a tale about all that frightens man. Okay. Nothing like a 42 syllable song title for a 6-minute song, which incidentally, that's a short song for Ruins of Beverast. And then on the Gott und whatever it's called there, what is it? Gott und uns. You've actually got Desert Lair, which is a fucking banger of a track, man. Holy hell, that track is badass. So for me, I'm not going to chase the splits because they're probably unattainable price-wise. I didn't look, but I gathered they're probably pricey. The Faust one, it came out as a 7-inch in 2007 and a cassette on Van Records in 2013. The track by Ruins is unrelentingly pummeling black metal with glacial effects laden scathing vocals and blasts out the ass. Then an interlude part which samples dialogue and chanting monks' choirs. There we go again. And rain, lots of rain. There we go again. Effects. But I love that repetitive, hateful riff in that song. My only source was a pretty shitty upload on YouTube, so it wasn't that great. But I wouldn't necessarily say this is an essential thing to chase down the 7-inch because you're probably gonna pay a lot. I don't know. I didn't look it up. I didn't take the time. Maybe they're easily had, but I kind of doubt it. But you can get it on the Grave Mold with this other one, which is Desert Lair, which came out in December 2007. Ambient synthy intro gives way to a trudging, bludgeoning riff that sounds pretty lo-fi and raw. A plodding drum beat, that is building to something. And interesting, I'm going to bring up a band now that I kept hearing in Ruins. But the truth of the matter is this band, and I don't mean this in any way, shape, or form as a negative, okay, when I say this. But I kept hearing lots and lots of Worm, the band Worm. And the reason I was hearing it was that murky, clean, weird, cavernous, strange sounding clean guitar that Phil Tugas, who's a buddy, likes to play in Worm. I gotta believe that some of that was copped a little bit from AVM because AVM came first with that sound. Now you could then say, well, AVM probably stole it from one of the My Dying Bride guys or whatever. I mean, there's always a lineage there, right? But I kept for a modern day equivalent, I kept going, oh, there's the worm part. Oh, there's the worm part. And you'll hear me say that a couple more times as we go forward, particularly on the newer material. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna grab this for Desert Lair in particular, man, because it's so goddamn good. I mean, that's a killer fucking track, no matter how you slice it. And I'll grab the grave mold thing because it's you can grab it on vinyl for $34 or $28 or whatever. So that's gonna happen. So all right, so Jimmy, we're up to the Foulest Seaman. He said seaman. The Foulest Seaman of the Sheltered Elite, which came out in 2009. And real quick on one quick note, just back up for a sec. The Got ins Un was a split that came out December 1st, 2007, limited edition, 500 copies. So maybe that's attainable with 500 copies out there. You might probably going to pay 60 or 70 or $100 for it, but that came out on 12-inch vinyl, by the way. Back to Foulest Seaman, which came out. That didn't sound right, which came out September 11th, 2009. It was van number 30. Van Records, of course. Any additional notes on this one? Let's see. It was available for pre-order August 28th. Transcending Saturnine Irico Skies and Theriac Ball and Theriac do not contain lyrics. The given texts are, however, printed in the booklet under the respective song titles. Track 2 is named Ruin, is a rune name, so I don't even know how you pronounce track 2. It's just a rune. And there are actual lyrics to that. Per lapidus hoc signum fugiat procul omne malignum. I do not speak Latin or runic, so anybody wants to translate that, be my guest. So, all right, go ahead, Jimmy.
This is my favorite record of the discography.
Wow. Okay.
And it's hard to pick a favorite because really any of them could be, but I don't know. This one to me feels like, sort of every single one of these are sort of a masterwork, but this one especially for some reason. And I think it warrants a little bit of dissecting. If you'll bear with me, I'll try to keep it brief. But musically, it's gotten a little bit more listenable in terms of the production. I think he's still not dealing with like major studios or anything, doing everything himself. But this one, I mean, just like the cover art, I mean, the music is just more colorful. He's already been great at like melding a lot of different sounds and styles, and this one, like, it becomes a little bit more listenable, but still retains like that really, really dark, dense kind of sound. It's starting to sound more massive, I guess, with all the different instrumentation. This is the reason I think why this is one of my favorites. It's kind of like it's sort of the quintessential Ruins album because, as we've seen, like with a lot of his concepts here, he really just went all out. This is the ultimate scathing indictment on Christianity. This album. I mean, Foulest Seaman of a Sheltered Elite. What a sick name that is. So awesome.
But it really nails it, though, doesn't it?
Oh man. Well, I mean, if you think about the title,
look at what we're rolling now.
I mean, like you think about the Sheltered Elites. I mean, that's he's referring to the people who tell us how to live our lives.
Exactly.
Right? And this is, I want to preface all this by saying I'm not I'm not anti-Christian. I think people should, practice whatever the religion they want.
I'm not, as long as it doesn't hurt anybody.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, just
and the problem right there, Jimmy. I'm sorry. Just my ADHD. The problem there is Christianity has killed millions of fucking people throughout history.
Exactly. And that's and that's kind of what he's getting at here. Because I mean, as always, he gets it. I think AVM is he's very much a history student, as well as a lingual student, and so I'm myself, I mean, I grew up Catholic, and you know, I knew early on that it wasn't for me, and that I kind of saw through a lot. Well, what I interpreted to be what I thought was hypocrisy in it. And
Yep.
you know, again, I don't down anybody for doing that. I hope my dad doesn't watch this, because he's still a practicing Catholic, and he's a great guy, and he keeps it to himself. That's the most important thing, is that it's something for him personal. So that I appreciate, you know, and I appreciate people that do that with what they believe, you know, is that, you know, ultimately I think there's nothing wrong with anything, as long as you're not, and that's as long as you're not pushing it on others. And I think that's what the indictment is here. Well, at least part of it, you know, in the subject matter of this album. You know, I mean, and you got to think about how cool is that, because, you know, a lot of black metal, you know, you're trying to do the Satanism thing, or you're trying to be evil, or you're trying to, man, he just intellectualizes the whole thing, you know.
Super
I mean,
deep.
yeah, and I mean, he just, as Conrad Cantor said, he intellectually rips it to shreds and exposes it as the epicenter for human hypocrisy. And so, you know, here we see him utilizing a lot of Latin and Hebrew words. I think this has the coolest song titles. Every single one is just so awesome. You know, starting with "I Raise the Stone as a Ghastly Memorial," and I think a lot of these songs kind of, this is a concept in the sense that they all do have something to do with each other. You know, if you look further into the songs, like Mount Sinai Moloch, for example, I think is related to "I Raise the Stone as a Ghastly Memorial," you know, being the stone is the Moloch upon Mount Sinai. You know, Moloch is a Hebrew word that appears in the Bible, and the Bible strongly condemns practices that are associated with the Moloch. And the Moloch heavily implies child sacrifice.
Well,
And the name Moloch it's been understood as referring to like a sort of Canaanite god. And since 1935, scholars have speculated that Moloch actually refers to the sacrifice itself, the act of sacrifice. And so a lot of these texts all condemn, you know, the Bible and whatnot. It condemns the Israelites who engage in practices associated with the Moloch. And most would associate the Moloch as the use of children as offerings. So it's sort of like translated as a deity, like the sacrifice itself, or a divine, you know, title or rite of passage. And I think that kind of sort of demonstrates the irony and the hypocrisy, you know, that he's trying to put across here with Christianity. You know, Mount Sinai is on the Sinai Peninsula of Egypt. And, you know, according to scripture, three major, you know, religions, you know, in the Torah, the Bible, the Quran, received the 10 Commandments on Mount Sinai. And he kind of refers to the mountain as sort of a Moloch for worms. And I think this kind of directly relates to the first track with the stone raised as a ghastly memorial. So we go further into some of these tracks, you know, like, for example, God's ensanguined bestiaries. I mean, there's a lot of words in here that aren't used anymore, you know, from the ancient world. And bestiary was kind of made popular in the Middle Ages, illustrates like, you know, this picture of like animals and rocks, and the natural history and illustration of each beast that you can envision as sort of the bestiary is usually accompanied by like a moral lesson. And I'm reading from my notes, but it sort of reflects the belief that the world itself was the word of God, and that every living thing had its own special meaning. And so, for example, the pelican, which was believed to tear open its breast to bring its young to life with its own blood, this was a representation of Jesus. And so you think the God's ensanguined, which is like sort of blood-stained.
What sanguinate means to bleed.
Right, or to bleed. Yeah. So we go on. I mean, so
blood.
Cain's countenance fell. What a great track. And, you know, this is referring, I think, you know, reading the lyrics, this is referring to, now some of the stuff as preface before I got from Wikipedia. So, but, you know, sort of referring to Cain and Abel, which are the sons of Adam and Eve. One divine and the other one is godless. And we all know that Bible story where basically God rejects Cain's crop and accepts Abel's, and Cain becomes jealous and kills Abel. and Abel is forever damned. In the lyrics, he says, Abel, what is this blood on my hands? Where have I been? My punishment is greater than I can bear. I don't know what he's getting at there. I mean, it's kind of hard to, it's like he's been punished and he can't handle what he did, sort of trying to atone for killing his brother. So I'm not really sure what he's getting at in the lyrics of this song, but I can't imagine, that he's trying to point out, the hypocrisy of this story. We go on to the Restless Mills, which to me, I sort of envision as hell, the banging of the war drums, a desperate view, like the lyrics, a desperate view onto the restless mills that grind, grind, grind. Yahweh, you were the breeder of a pest cocoon. And whatever your gift was, dreadful were the mills that crushed it. And, to me, that's just kind of represents hell. And then, so we get to part 2 of the Blood Vault series, which, what a killer title, Our Despots Cleanse the Levant. And so what we see here is the Levant is kind of what is known today as the Middle East. And, so I think what it's saying, the despots, these corrupted leaders cleanse the Levant. So the violence in the Bible, the name of God, and pitting peoples against each other, and that's the hypocrisy that's sort of there. So anyway, that's sort of my, what's that?
You're not getting this on a Dark Throne record. No offense to Dark
Throne. No. I mean, this is really heady stuff. And I mean, that's about all I'm going to really dice. I mean, what I'm trying to demonstrate here is that you can really just
drill
go
down
far into trying to understand and interpret what he's getting at here. And I think what he's getting at are some really larger meaning things. And it's cool because you can kind of look at it from a lot of different angles, but I think that this is a very smart way to kind of look at it, because I mean, this in essence is sort of a heathenistic or pagan sort of view on religion. It says he's always talked about that man lost, his relationship with nature and thus be its downfall, yeah, man. I mean, heady stuff. And I mean, this record is just, again, just as I said before, I mean, it's a long record, just like all of them, but I can't find one thing that I wouldn't want to be in there. I mean, it's just so the guy can just got so many good song ideas, and they're never like verse chorus, like you said. It's always just, in a way, could be just listened from start to finish, and it somehow works. It ebbs and flows. It flows in a way that just, I don't know how he's able to do it.
It's kind of in a weird way. It often seems stream of consciousness to a degree, but there's always some themes that kind of recur, but they're not exactly the same. They're slightly different, or they're expanded upon, or they're minimized. They're either blown up or they're minimized, and that means from a simple down, 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 down. If you took that rip, he was going to throw in all kind of like weird harmonic minor figures or suspended notes, and it's like everything, you just don't get the same riff over and over. You do get a lot of riffs that are maybe might sound samey, but they tend to always build either in a rhythmic dimension or in a more cinematic dimension a lot of the times.
Very.
So you don't get this, do this 4 bars, do that 4 bars, do this 6 bars, do that 6 bars. You don't get any of that shit. And that's what, in a weird way, makes it so compelling to listen to, but you have to focus because it demands that you pay attention to it. If you're, let me put it this way. If you're a real music nerd, this shit's the bomb. If you're just a casual music listener, you're going to hate this stuff. You're not even going to connect with it at all. It's that simple. It really is.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And I mean, on a sheer musical level, I mean, this one really just like draws me in, man. And just, there's so many great moments, heavy moments, awesome blasty moments. Just, I love his sense of dynamics and just his atmosphere building I think he's unmatched in the atmosphere game.
Yeah.
He knows how to do that. He knows, and that's the element that really kind of draws you in, that cinematic element that, and God, there's just, this one it's just so colorful, and there's so many just, sounds and layers to it. And
again, it goes back to the comparison to Esoteric. They don't sound the same at all for the most part, but they're kind of very dimension builders. They create these other worlds that you kind of fall into, and before you know it, you listen to a well, in this case, they don't have any 25-minute songs like Esoteric does, but a similar aesthetic in that before you know it, you're in 7-8 minutes and you're going, what the fuck? And part of it is that you're like, what's gonna happen next? Where is it gonna go from here? Even when you've listened to the album a couple of times, you still find yourself going, okay, I kind of forgot about that part. It's super cool. What's next? Oh, here comes that part I do recognize. That kind of like analogy. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, what's your favorite song? Do you have what favorite songs?
I mean, God, everything here. Shit. I mean, I Raise the Stone is really kind of, that one's going to get stuck in your head, Gods and Sanguine Bestiaries is like all over, just all the great elements. But man, like I just love the dirginess of Mount Sinai Moloch and Cain's Countenance Fell. I love that clean guitar tone that he gets, man, that reverby kind of just, man, and it's always such a good just dirgy, doomy kind of just foreboding melody. And then it just builds.
Where does that clean guitar sound sort of originate?
Agalloch, yeah. I mean,
Agalloch, Esoteric, and one
Esoteric.
One other big band you did not mention, which I'm kind of surprised, and I'm going to mention it a lot. So we'll see if you disagree with me on it. But let me get into. Are you done, or do you want to point out some other ones?
Yeah. I mean, everything here. The Restless Mills is awesome. I love the war drum stuff they do, like the chanting. There's so much. I'm going to talk a little bit more about his vocal style on a later record, but it's amazing. And I love the closing track, Arcane Pharmacon Messiah. What a great name!
Great
again.
Title.
Yeah, and that one has a little bit of like kind of an uplifting sort of vibe to it, like you're almost kind of like reaching, the celestial, plane rather than heaven. And I think that's kind of the whole little joke that he's playing there, is that this isn't salvation, this is fucking destruction, but like it's done so cool, and it's just like the perfect way to go out on this album. But yeah,
100%. I wonder if the Pharmacon, is that how the band spells it? I think it is, isn't it?
It's spelled PH.
Yeah, isn't that how Pharmacon does it, or are they F?
I
could have swore there with a PH too. You know the one I'm talking about, the grind band?
Yeah, I thought they were F, but
Japanese,
I could be wrong.
I think. Japanese. Maybe you're right. I just was curious if they got it from there. Yeah. So Foulest Seaman of the Sheltered Elite. Wow. God damn. Yeah, for the first thing you already mentioned, production, huge step up from album 2 and 1 for that matter too. I mean, big for me, a big improvement in the overall dynamics, the separation of the various layers, because this guy layers like crazy. Guitar layers, vocal layers, synth layers. So we start with I Raise the Stone as a Ghastly Memorial. Almost. Yeah, there's definitely some disembowelment there for absolutely 100%. Almost a foot stomper, Doom Black style, really intense anthemic intro into some crazy heavy riffs, gargled vocals, much better production on this compared to the 2 first albums. Monolithic chordal structures and riffs and passages of haunting but never obtrusive synths, much better sounding drums, and elevated production and mix make this dense and cosmic sounding material pop much better than on the first 2. Then we get that the symbol thing is an ambient interlude. Gods and Sanguine Bestiaries. Holy fucking shit. This is almost like a blackened thrash song. It's got a thrash element to the guitars that are like frenetic, and we're going to hear that because this is the one I'm going to play. I'm going to play a little of this. I'm going to play a little bit of Mount Sinai because I think we need to hear that too for different reasons. But here's where I'm going to drop the big fucking what the fuck on you, okay? Are you ready? Are you ready? At about
Wait.
it's unrelenting the first 3.5 minutes. At 3.5 minutes, it slows down, and I'm telling you right fucking now, it is 100% using the chord progression and melody from Wicked Game by Chris Isaac. Go listen to it. You will absolutely fucking hear it. You will hear the I never dreamed there'd be something that like you. It's there 1,000,000%. Trust
Wait,
me.
what song? What song?
Chris
God's
Isaac, Wicked Games.
no. What Ruin song is doing that?
Gods and Sanguine at 3.5 minutes.
Okay,
It's
Bestiaries.
all
Okay,
you gotta do is listen to the chord progression and the melody line. It's 1,000,000% that.
No shit.
ABM, if you catch this, nothing wrong with that, dude. That song fucking rules. One of the best songs ever with the coolest guitar ever. But that's definitely ripped. It's in a different tonality. It's lower, but it's the exact same chord progression. All right. Wicked Games. Let's see what else we got. Then we get that wildly multi-tracked, harmonized, clean vocal section that almost sounds like Peter Steele. Lots of Peter Steele and lots of Typo Negative in this album, man. And it gets more on the next album, quite a bit more. Yeah. So then at the end, it kind of becomes an up-tempo, old school death metal track. Mount Sinai Moloch droning martial beats as the monolith appears, then slides into the Typo Negative section that creeps along with a wraith-like hauntedness that haunts your ears and crawls and that crawling spider-like main riff ascends then descends, and the Peter Steele vocal section leading to the sampled voice. And I don't know what I don't know what I wrote there. The sample voice section is so killer. The rhythmic vibe of the main riff is also oddly kind of a little grungy. It's got a little grunge vibe to it, the way it kind of saunters. You can almost hear, I don't want to say Alice in Chains or Soundgarden, but it has just a smidge of grunge sound to the main riff. Transcending Saturnine, whatever, skies, drifting ambience, ethereal and forlorn into a killer track. Kane's countenance fell. Clean, resonant, watery, clean arpeggios, which, again, Esoteric and Kenny Hickey would play those. Listen to for sure, listen to something like, oh God, I'm trying to think, like Be My Druidess or The Green Man from October Rust. You hear those chimey, ringing, chordal, clean sounds that echo and reverb, and lots of reverb and lots of delay on them. Beautiful sounding stuff. Let's see. What else do we got here? And then it goes into a blackened goth blasty section with huge dizzying synths that are quite melodic and atmospheric. Finally, back to the spooky clean guitars and the whispers, and a frantic blasting outro. And then we got the Restless Mills, tremolo, and whirring death vocals with weird, almost out of place synths that have flutes in them. You hear the flutes there in the beginning of that track. They're like flute synths. Very weird, man. Whistles. There's whistles in there that are like sort of murkily underneath there. And then we get to at the very end of that, it definitely references Neurosis and the song Stones from the Sky. There's that weird synthy thing. He does that at the end of the track, man. And then you get to that deathy blackened scream bit at the end where they're just piercing. Just fucking killer, man. Theriac, Baltheriac, super eerie interlude, distorted wails and sampled dialogue with murky synths leading into Blood Vaults 2. Our despots cleanse the Levant. A crushing set of pummeling riffs that are evil as well as melodic, into the maniacal laughter and twisted samples, vocal samples. And then you get into a speedy up-tempo, ripping deathy doom riff, strange choirs of disembodied voices, and then you get that clean Peter Steele-like vocal where he's coming out with the vocal, the clean vocal, which he didn't do much on the first two albums. Now he's exploring that vocal dynamic that he was maybe a little afraid to put out there before, that he hid under effects. now you hear that, oh, that almost, it doesn't sound like Peter Steele, but it does. There's a Peter Steele and Nick Cave quality to his voice, the clean stuff.
I would say Dave Gahan too.
Dave Gahan from, yeah, those, absolutely. And he loves those bands.
He loves Depeche Mode, yeah.
Yeah, Depeche Mode. Let's see. Then we get to the monk vocals again, the choral chants, which that's another thing that starts to happen a lot. Chorus type chants. And then we get the Tom G. Ugh. Did you hear the Tom G? Ugh, at like 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Perfect Tom G there. And then it ends sort of oddly with a weird Spanish guitar thing that's going on that you would not expect. That's a whole new dynamic that you're like, okay, that was weird and super cool. Let's do some more of that shit, you know? And then we get the Arcane Pharmacon Messiah, the chuggy, catchy, huge, bendy, typo negative, that when you're doing that riff and he's bending super high, like 1 to 2 notes high above the original note, that's very typo negative. And weirdly, this might be, I think Arcane, like you said, might be the most approachable song on the album because it almost feels buoyant. It almost feels a little lighter than the rest of this stuff, which is just fucking mind-crushingly dense and horrible. You know what I mean? Horrible. Essential tracks: I Raised the Stone, 4.75 out of 5. Gods and Sanguine, 20 out of 5. Yeah, you heard that right, 20 out of 5. Restless Mills, 5 out of 5, and Blood Vaults, 10 out of 5. So there you go. I'm doing all kind of weird shit instead of the mega bangers. I brought out the 5 scale. So last thing here, huge improvement in mix and the clarity in this album versus Rain. However, as I said, I love the rawness and weirdness of Rain's idiosyncratic sound and savagery. Man, there are some absolute megalithic tracks on this album. You start to really hear, and I think this is an important thing, you start to really hear how how next level AVM is as a composer of complex, multi-layer, multi-level songs. It's like he started playing 4D chess on this album. Not that Rain was basic at all, but these tracks are just sonically and progressively on a different level as far as their complexity, the number of layers, and the emotional impact that some of these songs are. You know, Savage as Rain and Shrine are, but the improved sonics here just likely, and I don't know whether it was software, whether it was just he was becoming a better engineer, a better recording and mixer. Who knows why, but this is the album that he arrives at. It's not my favorite album, though. He arrives on this album, but it's not my favorite album, but I still give it a 9.75 out of 10. So that's damn close, you know. I mean, I think you didn't do your patented 10 out of 10. I mean, come on, man.
That's right. Yeah,
down, bro. Let me down.
These are all 10 out of 10 for me. So
I was I kind of half expected that. So all right, let's hit into Gods and Sanguine. And let's do this one here. I gotta just pull it up. No, not that. Come on, Jeff. You're losing it, boy. There we go. There we go. All right. And I got to just get it to the track real quick. Give me a moment. And one last thing. I'm getting better at this shit. As far as doing it faster. Here we go.
amazing death growl. Oh, looks like we lost him. He's clicking around quite a bit, so he's probably clicked the wrong button. There you are.
Oh.
We lost you for a sec.
Hold on. Hold on. All right, I fucked up. I accidentally closed my session out. So give me a minute. Let me start that over. Sorry, guys. Yeah. Here we go. Here's the part. That was straight out of Wicked Games, that part back there. This is Mount Sinai. So typo negative, dude. Keys.
Clean guitar part.
Yup.
Okay.
Esoteric typo. And worm. Absolutely worm. They stole that. Maybe not stole, that's the wrong word. Lifted. This riff. So typo. So badass. So badass.
Amazing.
Just again, there you hear that's a 9-10 minute track. Let me see. I forget off the top of my hand. 12-minute track. Sorry. I should have known better. The way that track wait a minute. Yeah, because God's is 8:33, which is kind of short for him. But the way that track morphs and grows and retains, you hear a lot of the same riffs, but they're not exactly the same. And often the amount of times that he plays them is changed around. So it's not this 4 bars, 4 bars, 6 bars, 4 bars, 4 bars, 6 bars. It's, he just doesn't write that way, which is really fucking cool. So yeah, I guess there's a little Morbid Angel in there, of course. Yeah, I mean,
Sure.
hard to do death metal and not have some influence from Trey and Morbid. But all right, so moving on. Yeah, that immense is a great word. I don't think I used that anywhere, Logan. You little bastard. That should have been my word. I should have had that. Yeah, I need a cigarette too. I don't. Maybe I should whip out the pipe and smoke a little bit. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Anyway, all right, Jimmy. So now We're at album 4. And hold on a second. Let me pull my notes up. So we are at Blood Vaults. And by the way, I have a CD copy of Foulest coming, and I've put it. I'm eyeballing a vinyl, used vinyl copy that I think I can get for a decent amount of money. Now I don't know which one you have of this one. Probably the same one I have, the blue one.
Yeah, same.
And I got this from Discogs about a year, not quite a year ago, something like that. And got a good deal. I got it for, dude, I got that album for $35, double album on Discogs. I don't know why the guy was selling it so cheap, but I thought that was kind of a steal. Okay, so we got Blood Vaults, which the Blazing Gospel of Heinrich Kramer, which comes out September 6, 2013. It's van number 90. Came out on both 12-inch and on CD as well. And it was released in a noble hardcover digi-sleeve with bronze hot foil embossing. That's the CD version, I believe. Includes a booklet with artwork, lyrics, and info. Alternative title in Latin, Crypte Saganium Evangelium Flagrans Heinrich Insistitores. There you go. Yeah, it's way over my fucking head. You can tell I never took Latin in high school, man. I no clue what the hell that's all about. So go ahead, hit it hard on Blood Vaults. We'll blow you up for the.
Yep. Well, this is like I said in the beginning, this is where I came in. Absolutely stunning.
Love that artwork.
Yeah, so killer. The last one was great too, but I love the gatefold in there. The ruins was just so cool.
So killer.
Love the color scheme and everything. It's just
yeah, I think the color scheme is very critical to the sound of this album and vice versa. The synesthesia there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a leak, so get into it.
Okay, I'll talk a little bit about the concept. And so AVM sort of refers to this as his sort of continuing the idea of his sort of history of shame of the Catholic Church. And so this is a concept record, and I am going to go ahead and read a little bit. So like when I found out about this band, was reading a review on Your Last Rites by a writer named Conrad Cantor. And he's a great reviewer. He's done a lot of great stuff on that site. So, but this is from his review, just to kind of set the mood and the setting. The year was 1486. Catholic persecution had long since unleashed itself all throughout the world, but perhaps one of the most horrifying events was its persecution of witches prior to the 30-Year War. Heinrich Kramer, who the title of the record is referring to, was a Catholic clergyman of the Dominican order and appointed inquisitor. And he decided to publish what could be considered one of the most embarrassing and downright evil books the great church had ever associated with its name. And that's called the Malleus Maleficarum, or the Hammer of the Witches. And its purpose was to reverse scientific findings stating that witchcraft was merely a pagan practice and superstition. Is to claim that witches were more often women than men and were actually required to have sex with Satan in order to bring their witching abilities into fruition. Knowing full well the Catholic Church has always done anything in its power to eliminate the competition, Christian persecution of pagans specifically, the real question is to whether the original writing was an enormous undertaking to get the public further involved in the tribal notion that anyone who wasn't Catholic is somehow evil. Or whether it's simply the work of a fucking madman, since we don't really know. Assume both. So the Hammer of the Witches, or Malleus Maleficarum, states that 3 elements must be prevalent for witchcraft to exist, and is consequently divided into 3 sections. So the first one discusses the existence of the devil, and how he's the most powerful when it comes to matters of sexual enticement. And according to the writing, all witchcraft comes from carnal lust, which in women is insatiable. The second section discusses witches and their recruitment strategies. The concluding section discusses legal matters and how witches could be prosecuted. The whole thing sounds both superstitious and obviously misogynistic, but the strange thing is that many Catholic women took place in these prosecutions as well. So regardless of whatever the hell was going through their minds of all these people involved, the historical facts are as follows. Heinrich Kramer went so far as to suggest that both male and female witches practiced infanticide, cannibalism, and had the ability to steal penises. As a result of this painfully illogical craze, over 12,000 people were killed during the witch hunts that began with Kramer, the Inquisitor, and ended a few hundred years later. So I'm quoting that from Conrad Cantor in his review of this record. And I think that's a fitting description of the concept here. As always, our very well educated, informed AVM coming at us with some interesting sort of dissection of, ancient history in a lot of ways. So, musically, this record is, it's definitely the next step in terms of production compared to the last record. Obviously, it's kind of been getting better and better. This one's even a little bit more clear. But being a concept, all the songs really kind of fit somewhere within the whole story of Heinrich Kramer. It's not just referring to the Malleus Maleficarum, but it's also getting into, the trials and a lot of the ideology that Heinrich, based all of his writings on, which are pretty fucked up and crazy. And so that's sort of his indicting the Catholic Church once again here for, persecuting people that were deemed witches or against the Catholic Church or whatever. So, but yeah, sorry, I diverged musically. I mean, for me, the third track, Malefica, is the first song I ever heard by the band, and it just blew my mind. It's just really dynamic and colorful, just all kinds of different guitar sounds. This album, I felt like it was a little bit of a step down from the last record. The first half of it, the first 4 tracks is like some of the best Ruins stuff, some of my favorite actually, starting with the Apologia, which is so badass. It's just him doing his deaf vocal reading a piece from the book, and it's just so fucking wicked and it's just powerful. Going into the track Daemon and Malefica and Ornaments of Malice, I feel like, it's all just some of my favorite moments of the band. The second half of the record, it really gets, this is probably the most Death Doom that he's done as far as the music goes, but I felt like the second half, man, it really requires, I feel like I've listened to these songs so many times, like Spires, The Wailing City, and A Failed Exorcism. Really long tracks, really long, slow, super dirgy, Death Doom kind of stuff. Bit of atmosphere in there, and it's another one of those moments like on Rain where I feel like I listen to these songs and then I'm like, what the hell did I just listen to? I need to listen to it again because I don't remember anything. And then I listen to it like, okay, there's that part sort of thing. So, as a result though, I don't feel like it as strong as Rain Upon the Impure in those kind of moments. And certainly not as strong as the last record, which I felt like was just a bit more dynamic than this one and had a lot more, different things going on. Whereas this one, he does maintain like the sort of sound that you kind of, all the elements that he has before, with the sort of the big monk chants and the big organ sounds, and it does have that sort of church-like feeling to it, dark. But yeah, I mean, this is one that I could easily say you could start with this one, but though I feel like it's a little bit lower quality, it's still an excellent record that I really, really love. I love the concept behind this. And I just really quickly on the vocals, I mean, because I hadn't really talked about his vocals. I mean, it's really one of my favorite vocalists, man. I mean, his death growls, his croaking, his clean vocals are all just like some of the utmost quality and most convincing, and just never sounds like overdone. It's never too in your face. It just sounds authentic. And I've read that he likes to get pretty wasted when he records the vocals.
That's interesting.
yeah, he feels that it helps him to sort of like kind of did the next day, and kind of just the way he described it is that it's kind of essential for the band to have these, the voice for the strange and morbid ideas that they have, and he feels like getting drunk, he can really kind of just go for it,
tap into it.
Yeah, and then the next day he can listen to it without really a whole lot of detailed memories on performing the vocals. But yeah, great vocalist. I love. But going back to, I would even probably just say if I were to let anybody hear Ruins for the first time, I would probably put Malefica on, because I just had such a great experience with that song. Love the clean guitar that just at first, when I first heard it, kind of made me think of like early Agalloch in a way, but those effects that he put on the sort of monk vocal in the beginning, where it's kind of and it's just so effective and so like just like realm building, you know what I mean? And in terms of the way that he builds his layers, and it's done so well. But I was just talking about Jeff, like the first track when he's just doing that spoken word with the death growl. It's just so awesome. I mean,
it's demonically possessed. That's why I said the voiceover, ethereal synths and choral monk chants. Then you get this. You can't. You can kind of make out what he's saying, but you can't. And it's just so cave dwelling creature like, like Middle Earth dweller, that kind of thing. Like people on, like if you ever saw the what the fuck's that movie? The Descent. You ever see The Descent?
Yes, yeah.
Those creatures, those fucking horrifying creatures. That's what I envision they sound like that.
Yeah, for sure, totally.
They look like it too,
Yeah, and you got a lot of you got some female vocals in here too that's sort of supposed to represent the female character in question that's at trial for being a witch, and so he delves into the lore quite a bit here in the sound, and who better to really kind of evoke within the music the concept here. You can kind of see it in a lot of ways, and yeah, man, it's he's so good at doing that. I absolutely love it. But yeah, man, I mean, like I said, I mean, the first half is some of the best Ruins stuff. The second half, it's still great, but it requires a lot more patience and investing in the second half of this album. But like I said, I mean, it's definitely some of his heaviest stuff.
Well, I think for me, this is his all-out death doom.
Absolutely,
entirely death doom. It's almost, it approaches funeral doom in many sections, but this is the album that is the exploratory nature. Is that right? Did I say that right? Exploratory nature of the way he writes songs. This is the one where I think he plays a little closer to the vest and keeps it in the pocket of death doom most of the way through. Yeah, there's some blackened sections, there's some death metal sections, but not very much, man. Not like on the first three albums, where there's a lot more dynamics from him in terms of what he's writing song to song, versus this album. It's a little more linear, I think. Would you agree?
I would agree. Yeah. I mean, I almost was going to say this is his death doom record, but I paused for that because it is a lot of death doom, and there's a little bit, this kind of trademark stuff in the beginning, but the second half is full on just, death doom stuff.
Yeah.
In the fact that, like, maybe perhaps his most stripped down record, if that's even possible.
Yeah, you might be right about that, because the next one he goes the other direction completely.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, all right, good stuff there. So let me run it back real quick here for you. We just talked about Apologia. Spoken word, intro, demonic, possessed, voiceover, ethereal synths, and choral monk chants. Demon, just gnarly, seething riffs, blasty beats with huge detuned, mammoth-sounding atmospheric growls. The blood-curdling screams remind me a lot of Jeff Whitehead from Leviathan. This track moves between savage ferocity and contemplative, almost religious doominess in a weird way. And by religious, I mean sort of like almost like reverence, sort of like you're in church and you don't want to deviate outside the norms of being in a church, and it's almost like that. In that sort of like reverent, like you're staring up at the cross if you were a believer in Jesus Christ. Which I don't have parents that care what the fuck I think about God, and I'm an atheist, so I don't, I'm cool with it. That's no indictment on your dad, Jimmy. Good for him.
Oh, no worries.
I'm like you. I believe everyone has the right to believe what they want to believe when it comes to God and the hereafter or whatever their concept of religion is. What they don't have is the right to force it on anyone else, and they don't have the right to enforce their constructs of behavior in reference to religious doctrine. In other words, and yes, we all know thou shalt not kill, but again, going back to what I said before, more people have died in Jesus's name than any other, or religious's name, than any other reason on this earth. More people died for that kind of fucking insanity. So, all right, there ends my my spiel on religion. But if you watch me, you kind of know that. Yeah, man, just unrelenting ferocity and darkness in combo with the vocals. What a mega banger, man. That Damon is Demon. Malefica, wow. Super moody, clean guitars, shimmering, modulated, clean vocals into heavy doom guitars. Very My Dying Bride, I think. Very early My Dying Bride. And maybe even a little bit of early Paradise Lost. Say like Lost Paradise and more so Gothic, perhaps. You can get a little bit of, I hear a lot of Aaron Stainthorpe also in some of his clean singing, along with the Peter Steele thing. Those, Nick Cave, and you said Dave Gahan. Those are like the 4 reference points for me, because he does do a little bit of that early Aaron thing that, and I can't do it really well, but you know how Aaron has that sort of plaintive, almost like almost like sheep bleeding. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
Oh
yeah, I love that. Yeah,
it's that weird vibrato in his voice that's very off-putting and otherworldly, but so Aaron Stainthorpe. AVM does that a little bit here. Let's see here. Like I said, that wavering tremolo vocal bit is very cool. Then into the TON section, the church organ, again, very TON, typo negative. Actually, even the chord progressions of Malefic are very typo negative. Is that a band that you like much, Jimmy?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, all right. I wasn't sure on that. I figured you probably did, because that was about your era when you were. Because you're.
Oh yeah, I mean, like I'm not like so many people like are diehards. I'm not a diehard, but I do like a lot of typo for sure.
It's hard not to. They're fucking brilliant.
Yeah.
And then we get to again Maleficent, and that's the one we're gonna play. It's a beast of a tune. Ornaments on Malice. Man, this almost sounds like Worms stole their riffs and sounds from this track in particular. Even the vocals to a point. Super heavy. And again, when I say that, if Phantom sees this, dude, I'm not being a dick and condemning you at all. We all cop ideas from everywhere. I just hear a lot of modern day Worm in this era of Ruins of Beverast. Let's see, where was I at? Oh yeah, the super heavy, almost a mix of Sabbath and grunge vibe on this song. Crazy moaning vocal sections at the end. Those intro chord sequences are really gnarly, and they make me feel like a boat anchor has been wrapped around my neck, and I've been thrown overboard with it into a murky sea of dead souls. I have a weird way of thinking about things, don't I? I know. Spires, the Wailing City, long, slow, clean section of repetitive, shimmering guitar gives way. A very almost slow dive, maybe even Smithy-like sounding at the beginning there. Esoteric, of course. And then we get this. I believe this is the longest track, or is it the last one? Might be the last one now that I think of it. This is a very mid-tempo, doomy intro, and then finally the track slows to more of a funeral crawl with savage, buried, deadly vocals and a moaning, heavy set of riffs. And that wailing bent note that AVM does here really sounds a lot like typo negative, very much so. And then you get at the 7-minute mark when the percussion gets really syncopated, almost tribal. and the weird typo negative synthy stuff creeps in. Really fucking intense. But as always, the mood shifts back to the funeral doom and slower tempos. This song could have benefited from a slight trim job. Instead of being 13 minutes, it might have been better at 7 or 8, which I would kind of criticize this album more than any of the others for being a little repetitive on a couple of the tracks. Just this one and the last one, and what's the other track here that I know? Ordeal. But I mean, it's a minor criticism. A Failed Exorcism, super doomy and crawling. Still crazy heavy, reminds me of Worm, where Worm got their influences. Then you get that hyper blasty ending section with the drony dark riffs and the hella deathy vocals. Man, he can shift from that blackened scream to this death vocal that's, you know, in the Greg Chandler realm, but it also sounds more like a fucking, I don't know, like almost like a fucking Glenn Benton death vocal with more processing going on. Yeah, cavernous and doomy, man. That's again where I hear a lot of Worm. Tribal dialogue mashup, and then you get Ordeal opens with one of the most frenetic sort of staccato riffs and blasts as he goes full death metal vocal. There's some sampled movie or TV samples in there, and wailing synths, very unsettling, like a siren warning of danger, and also very Bluthaus Nord on this song. I hear a lot of Bluthaus Nord in and out some of this, and I mentioned Blut earlier, but this album has that bendy weirdness to it that you know, that Vinzval likes to go through. Monument, lots of monk chants, very Kyrie Eleison. You know that? You ever hear that? The Kyrie Eleison? I don't know. It's a I believe a Catholic I should look it up. It's a Catholic chant or something like that, or whatever they call it, psalm or whatever. Very cool. And then we get to essential tracks. You got Demon, 5 out of 5. Malefic, 15 out of 5. Ornament, 4.5 out of 5. Summary: this album is without question AVM's super doom album. Yes, there's some blackened, blasty, death, and black parts, but they aren't nearly as prevalent as on the prior 3 albums, as we talked about. This one here is a 9 out of 10 for me. I do think it's a slight step back from the last one, although I love the artwork. It might be my favorite artwork, which, you know, would kind of be a, you know, a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Where are we at? Yeah. Okay. So we're going to do Malefic.
That would be.
Not the whole thing, though.
Yeah, that would be a good one.
Yeah, we'll just skip around to a little bit in there. Oh, shit. Oh, there we go. Okay. And then... As for how deep we're getting into this, we're making good time. All right. God damn it. Come on. I just need to find the track. And I think it's here.
I was so wishing he would have played this when I saw him.
You mean they had played this live?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, they played Damon live when I saw him. They didn't do this one.
Wow. So crushing. So cool.
Yeah, to me, he's like really embodying Heinrich Kramer with that vocal.
Yeah.
I just swooned.
Just crushing. Now, that's actually a track, I think, where he does repeat the guitar motif pretty by the book. And I think he started to do that more on this album that he did than the prior three for sure. But the guitar tone on this album is just fucking god tier shit. I don't know what he's using. Yeah. I mean, if I ever got a chance to get him on, that'd be one of the first things I'd be like, dude, let's get fucking into the sounds you make, man. Like, what are you using? Because I want to get that. I want that sound. So absolutely fucking amazing. But yeah. So it always comes back to Oak, Ash, and Thorn. Always with Scott. He desperately wants me to love that band as much as he does. I'm trying, dude. I'm trying. Hey, they did sign to Season of Mist, so I'll be able to interview him pretty easily. But anyway, okay. So now I guess we need to move on. And real quick, just to throw in there, I want to make sure I didn't miss anything here real fast. I don't think I did. Yeah. So we have an EP called Fuck, I didn't write that right. Hang on. Got to pull up my cheat sheet. There was an EP that came out prior to the next album, but it includes a track from the next album, but it's pretty radically different to my ears, and it's Taquitum Tutum, which came out in 2016, December 19th, 2016, on a 12-inch vinyl. It is Van's 198. Now, notice the last one, Blood Vaults, I think was 90. So they put a lot of shit out in those 2 years. Van started to really expand as far as being a label. Let me double check that. Yeah, 90 was Blood Vaults. And then by 16, 3 years later, you've got 198. So they put a lot more stuff out. And then also they did a split with King Dude, Karante, and Ruins. And it's called Dolch, Dolch, I think. And basically on that, Ruins has a live track between Bronze Walls, and then they have an advanced track of Maer, Maer, which is on Exuvia. And as far as I can tell, it's the same exact track. So I don't think there was really anything super. And that was a cassette-only version, by the way, Pro Tape, which came out on Van. So not sure what the point of all that was. Not that I could tell an exclusive track. Maybe there was something different in the mix, but I couldn't really tell. On Taquitum Tutum, the only major thing to talk about there is, yes, it is a slightly different version of Exuvia, I think, that track, the Taquita Tutum. There's a lot more tribal-type voices and dialogue and chatting, and then it goes into a savage driving riff that differs a bit from the album track. But it's a little more mantra-ish overall, and really hypnotic version. And then they do nearly a 15 or 17-minute version of Floyd's Set the Controls for the Heart of the Sun. Gotta say, it's a fucking banger. It's a fucking banger. I mean, I'm sorry, it was only 11.50. I overstated. The first track's 8.50. Yeah, so it's a 20-minute, 12-inch vinyl. I'm gonna hunt that one down. I don't know. It doesn't say what the print quality is, but just for that Floyd cover alone, man, it's a banger. Especially if you like Floyd as much as I do, and you like that song a lot, like I do. Mesmerize. It's right up Ruins' alley. You know what I mean? And then let's see. I think that's it there. So we're up to this one here, which I have and you have too. And this was the first one I heard. Exuvia. Yep. Sorry, I'm not pulling mine out. You got the same colors I do? It's like
mine's like a red marble.
You got a marble. Okay, mine's a little different. Yeah. Mine is.
I got it right. I think I got it from $20 Spin, like right. Because $20 Spin sometimes gets Van stuff.
Yeah, mine's dark blue.
At the time, they got copies of this right when it came out.
So lucky you, man. Well, that's kind of like I got that Attic album and paid $45 for it, but had I bought it from Van, it would have cost me about $65. So,
oh yeah,
I kind of like when they get shit in like that because it makes it, a little more affordable. Not that anything about this hobby, being a record collector, is affordable. Not at all. I mean, they're fucking us raw every chance they can anymore now. But still. So yeah, Exuvia comes out May 5th, 2017. It's van number 212. Also comes out on CD, and I believe everything. Well, I think all these have been issued on CD now. I think, right? Or I don't know if Rain has. I haven't seen a Rain CD, but it probably has.
Yeah, they got them all on CD.
Okay. And any additional notes on this? Produced, engineered, mixed at Woodshed Studios, Landshut, Germany. Engel Sound, Berlin, mastered at Woodshed and Landshut. Additional synths and soundscapes were created and recorded in Los Angeles, California. That's the first. It's always been overseas, but I guess maybe he was living over here, or maybe he knew somebody over there that did some synths that they added. It doesn't say there's any other additional. Wait, hold on. Hold on.
So I think what happened was the guy he has playing live now, his guitar player, is some kind of, he worked with him in a recording studio.
Well, I was just gonna say, Michael Zek, Paris Sedonis played keyboards, and G.ST does some of the choir vocals on track 1, and some additional lead guitars are by Niall Verum on track 6. So there you go. I think that's the first time. Let me double check one quick thing here. Did he have any additional players on? Oh, he did have the female vocalist, which I don't know if we brought up. There's female vocals on Blood Vaults on track 8 that are incredible. They're mixed in and they're very ethereal and very angelic and beautiful, actually. All right, so we're at Exuvia. And Jimmy, you want to take it away?
Yeah, I mean, this is for me because Blood Vaults was my intro, and I really enjoyed that record. But when this came out and I heard this, this is what got me to go back into their catalog, because I was so utterly blown away by this album.
Yes.
So we taking, obviously you guys have heard me kind of pontificate on the themes and whatnot on these albums, and which has been fun for me to do. I enjoyed the time the last couple of days, doing research on the lyrics and trying to find deeper meaning in this stuff. And to me, that's been very rewarding to do. But with this one, I'm not going to get too deep into it because a lot of it is really kind of just hard to interpret. But what I do kind of sense is, I've seen some interviews with him, and he's talked about that this was a very personal record for him, as was the debut that he had to make. And Exuvia, that term is, I think it's Latin, I could be wrong there, but it basically means to the shedding of dead and foul skin. So essentially, I think of this as like tarantulas that molt. If you guys are familiar, I don't know, but tarantulas at some point they shed their outer layer, their exoskeleton.
Yeah, the exoskeleton. Yeah,
and it's called malting, and that's sort of like the idea, Exuvia. That you're shedding your skin. This was kind of like a rebirth, I guess, for him in terms of the concept, and it shines through in the music too, because this is very this is like his most psychedelic record. And it's very, very dynamic, very huge step in a different direction, even though it's, at this point, I mean, he's got a specific sound for sure, but compared to Blood Vaults, which, this was a little more stripped down, kind of a lot more Death Doom. This is really expansive. I mean, this is like his biggest production yet. Yep. Many multiple layers.
The kitchen sink, man. The kitchen sink.
Man. And, just I think, he talked about, let's see here. Yeah, well, I'm just going to read all that because it's just kind of some of the stuff where he talks about sort of the concepts behind the songs are just almost just too hard to kind of picture some of the mythology he gets into here. But, I love this cover art, and I think it really exemplifies what you're hearing here is it's a very tribalistic and psychedelic and sort of a, journey with the war chief and the battle drum and the fire raising the spirits, and this really kind of, I feel like it exemplifies what the music sounds like.
Yeah.
I like that we've got straight songs this time. There's no interludes. I like the interludes, don't get me wrong, but it's cool to see him kind of not have to do that here. It's just 6 tracks that really stand alone, each individual song. I mean, it's got all of his trademark Death Doom kind of stuff and, a bit of the blasting black metal, but it's just so expansive and so layered and so massive sounding and just a lot of, it's just, I hate to keep using the word colorful, but it just is. It has so much.
How about
moods,
try this word? How about we try progressive?
Sure, I would definitely say that
encompasses everything, but at the same point in time, I note a very much more progressive leaning in this album.
Absolutely, yeah, and I think it's also interesting to note that this is kind of a departure from his. He's been doing a lot of, concept behind dismantling Christianity, and there's not really any of that here. This is more, it's kind of like to me, this is like him moving away from criticizing and kind of moving into a space where he feels comfortable, where he feels at home and more natural. It's not to say that this is like atmospheric black metal or anything like that, or nature, but I think there is a large element of nature and just wilderness in this. But to me, like, that's really cool to see him do that, because it's been so dark and so such a really difficult subjects that he's been doing for a while now, that he comes to this and it's like a cleansing, it's like a purge, and it really kind of shines through in the music, I think. But like the first track, Exuvia, I mean the title track, so it's such a long song, but man, the second half of that track is just like transcendent. It's absolutely amazing. His clean vocals, man. I mean, as you go through this thing, I mean, there's just so many just great, some of his best, like melodic stuff, I would say, like in a while. And yeah, man, I mean, I pretty much love every single song. And I think towards Malakia, the second to last track is really kind of, that's a really accessible song as well. I would tell people to go check that one out. Killer drums. I love that drum fill he comes in with in the beginning. Takitum, Tutum. I don't know how to pronounce it, but that's kind of just more of a, I didn't hear like maybe some Nine Inch Nails in here as well. There's definitely a more, he's expanded a lot of his ambient and his industrial and his, electronic kind of side, melded in with all this black and death doom stuff. It's just done so like flawless. It seems so effortless the way he like does this stuff. Yeah, I mean, this is, man, he's just done so much great stuff so far, but this one really, really ranks high for me. It's so amazing. And bummer that he didn't play anything off of this when I saw him live. I was kind of hoping that, I mean, like if you see him live, he's only going to do like 5 tracks because, they're all so long. But yeah, man, absolutely stunning record. And I wish I could, tell you more about what some of these songs mean. I mean, we got some killer, song titles like Searcher, Barber, Maritime, and The Pythia's Pale Wolf, and Mare Upon a Stillbirth. What is it? Upon a Stillbirth Tomb or something like that. I don't know, man. I don't know what the hell he's getting at with some of this stuff.
Yeah,
but
it's Mare on a stillbirth's tomb.
A stillbirth.
I don't know whether it's Mare. Yeah. I don't even know how you pronounce that word.
I think it's Mare, but man, I don't know what he's getting at with any of this. I don't even feel like I need to dissect it. I feel like this record, I feel like I can just get what he's putting forth through the music, and it's transcendent. It's otherworldly. It's a total mushroom trip. I mean, like, if you like psychedelics, this is the record to listen to.
It says, Jimmy, it says Mare in Slavic or Germanic folklore is said to walk on people's chests while they sleep, causing nightmares and breathlessness. Oh, that's why I'm breathless at night all the time. I just thought it was because I was fat and had a nervous system condition. There you go.
You got the Mare under your bed, man.
That's what it says. A malicious entity in folklore, a visual. Okay, there you go. So yeah, cool. Not sure what on a stillbirth tune means, but
Well, if you get stomped enough in your belly, if you're pregnant, and
I had a well, maybe I am pregnant. Maybe that's what this is. I just kind of think I'm fat at this point, but yeah, man, wow. This was the first album I heard. Again, Brain Smasher had it on he highlighted it. This would have been like 2018 or 19 when I first started discovering the metal YouTube community, which was much smaller back then, to be honest with you, a lot smaller. But this album is fucking incredible. It's just mind-blowingly incredible. When I went back to this and listened, to prepare for this, I was just like, holy fuck. For example, Exuvia. I mean, this track is 15 minutes long, and you would think, oh man, like, okay, I'm gonna really burn out on that thing by minute 6 or 8 or whatever. Not at all. Starting with these chants from an asylum type vibe, like you're in an asylum or something like that. Weird and ominous intro sequence builds into a massive cacophony of noise, like a buzzsaw of haunting and nightmarish synths, clean guitar figures repeated over dark, ominous drumming that is very tribal and far away in the mix, like it's creeping up on you, which gives it sort of this menacing sort of vibe. The deathy vocals and gauzy, heavy guitars. This track's beyond intense. It's menacing build and tension until it gives way to a very ambient and haunting. We're using a lot of the same words, sadly. I tend to do that when I dig something. But it gives way to a very ambient, haunting, and ethereal, but evil-sounding interlude midway through with disembodied female vocal samples and a repeated synth line until crushing guitars come back in again with clean, affected growling vocals, which is just stunning. There are even guitar solos on this, which if you go through a lot of Ruins of Beverast, you don't hear a lot of guitar solos. You're not hearing you're not hearing anything like that. You're not hearing bluesy, bendy solos. You're not hearing shreddy, sweep picking solos. He just doesn't do that until this album and the next album. You start to hear more, guitar work. Maybe he just didn't trust his chops for playing leads, but you can definitely hear a lot more going on here. This is just a dreadfully beautiful track that feels every bit of 15 minutes, but at the same time, it doesn't matter. It's just that epic. It's crazy how good that song is. And then we get to this which I think is going to be the one I think I'm going to go with. I don't know how to pronounce it. Surer Babar Maritime. Crushing heavy, worm-like vibes again, just to, make a comparison to a more contemporary band. In the opening, and I said no doubt Phil had to have heard of these albums. So menacing and cold as it builds to a more intense, heavy mid-tempo section, then almost Cocteau Twinish. It's got this almost dream pop, dream sequence that sounds very washy and, again, Cocteau Twinish, only heavy. And monk chants, lots of monk chant vocals, monster track. Goddamn, this thing is a masterpiece. Probably my favorite track on the album there. Mare on a stillborn tune, crushingly heavy as balls. Almost has a weird synth thing that reminds me of Gary Newman in there. There's a Gary Newman synth pad that he's using that I was like, oh, that's Gary Newman. Or that could also go with the Nine Inch Nails vibe too. But the riffs, vocals, drums are pummeling, and they beat your head into submission with unrelenting hostility and dread. Just picking up grandeur as it goes on for nearly 12 minutes. Lots of killer melodies on this track, too. It's not unapproachable in that aspect. It's gorgeous monstrosity. The pithiest pal wolves. Worminess again before there was worm. Some very Paradise Lost gothic vibes early in the first 3 or 4 minutes. Then it goes blackened black metal, and then into a quiet, menacing middle section sounding minor tonalities, which he uses a lot, of course. And then you got a modulated guitar with heavy rhythm, crushing riffs that build and bring such a melancholic, menacingly dark female vocal section. Let's see, very complex drumming. You know, when he started out in the first two albums, it's kind of, I don't want to call it basic. You're a drummer, so it's probably not basic. But to me, it was much more basic than now what we're hearing, particularly on this album. I mean, this album is just unbelievable from a rhythm standpoint.
Yeah, I thought he was a great drummer from the start, but I mean, like, he's certainly developed, and he's doing some cool stuff in here. Like I said, like some of the tom fills and just, yeah, he's just, I mean, like he's one of those guys that just knows exactly what to do, staying in the pocket every now and then throwing little flourishes in. But yeah, and he's a drummer by, I think that was kind of his main instrument for a while. So
yeah, he morphed into all the other things. Then we got Towards Malakia, probably the most straightforward and least experimental track, kind of gothic, gothic era Paradise Lost meets Turns Loose the Swan's Doom tour de force, with massive riffs and crescendos and goth Peter Steele, Strangled, Attila-like screams. I even hear a little bit of Attila. How do you say his last name? Attila's?
Yeah, Shahar.
Shakar, yeah, maybe.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
There's his kind of screams are on this song.
Yeah.
And then you get that weird clean vocal that he does. It's very Attila-like. And then what I really hear on this is Fields of Nephilim, Elysium, and Sisters of Mercy even. So that gothy thing is really fucking cool. And then we get into, at the end, maybe my only slight criticism of this song would be the last, I don't know, minute or so, 40 seconds or whatever, is that Aboriginal African tribal choir that kind of just seems a little odd there for me. And then, but I guess not, because it goes into Takita Tutum, which is this glacial chord thing with horrific growls, but it's got this tribal thing all over it. Essential Tracks, Exuvia is a 20 out of 5. Surir Babar is an 18 out of 5. So there you go. It's not my favorite track. Exuvia is. Pythia is 20 out of 5. Mare's 15 out of 20. Not going to be shocked to know this is my favorite album right here. We'll get to that in a minute. We're almost there. Just to wrap it up here, the album is a labyrinthian experience in that it's something you do not just put on and listen to as background music. It demands focus and clarity to extract the essence of intensity and massiveness. It's hypnotic and terrifying at the same time, menacing and dreamlike, epic and drifting, with 6 tracks, all mostly exceeding the 8+ minute mark. You cannot just casually listen to this album. For me, it's AVM's masterpiece thus far, in that it's so expansive that almost works against it in a weird way, because it's daunting. And that's what happened to me the first time around. I was like, man, I don't know if I can deal with this. And then I came around to it and realized, holy fuck, this thing is magical, man. This is a magical album right here. Again, it's like I said, unless you invest the patience and focus demanded to get this album, you're going to struggle with it a little bit. For me, it's a 10 out of 10. Mega banger, okay? Then we got Don't Walk on Mass Graves, 10-inch, 1,100 copies, which was came out by Van in March 27th, 2020. It's a split with Morning Beloved. The ROB track, Silhouettes of Death Grace, is a monster track. Very esoteric.
Yeah.
Have you heard it?
Yeah, I listened to it today.
Oh,
so
my
cool.
God, it's fucking killer. Super haunting, absolute banger. So I got to figure out how to get that thing. And then the last split was with Almerkvi. I'm not how to pronounce it.
Icelandic, I guess.
Probably, which came out May 29, 2020 as a digital only, as far as I know, release. And that has 2 tracks, the Grand Nebula Pulse. What a great fucking name for a track, man. The Grand Nebula Pulse, man.
Man, he knows how to song title, dude.
He's got a great way with words. You can tell this guy is no dumb fuck, that's for sure. just mesmerizing, man. Mesmerizing. Opens with a chant that is sort of otherworldly and hypnotizing into a shamanistic sort of vibe, then morphs into a swirling, hypnotic mantra of crushing guitars that then morph into swirling world music. It's got a world music vibe almost, really. And by world, I mean sort of like, not like, not like deep forest or something like that. But I will tell you, I definitely hear shades of a Reese Fulber, Bill Lee, who are Frontline Assembly. They have a side project called Synesthesia, and there's an album they have called, I believe it's called Embody, and there's a track on there called Nomad Man, and I definitely hear bits and pieces of Nomad in this. Not that he probably has never heard it, but I just hear that thing going on. And then you get into the Depeche Mode bit of it, and then you Desiderata was the name of the album, not Embody. And yeah, man, just otherworldly track. Hunter's more of a black metal meets maybe a Dark Throne vibe, like you mentioned. Particularly,
that riff is definitely, that riff is definitely a nod to.
You talking about at the end, the last couple minutes?
No, like the opening riff. In that
see,
song.
I thought it was more the end of the track that was Dark Throne.
That too, probably. But man, that opening riff, man, it's just straight. It's a
great.
Homage to.
It's another banger, yeah.
It's a homage to Under the Funeral Moon or something.
Yeah. Yes. These are pretty essential tracks. So I hope he does another compilation where he puts all these tracks on it. We'll do a quick track off of. We'll get out of here in 4 hours, Jimmy, pretty easily. So
yep,
I know that
we're good.
I don't know if you expected that, but I kind of did a little bit, especially once we decided.
This warrants the time to dissect.
Yeah, once we decided to put the song stuff on, I was like, yeah, this is gonna go to 4. All right, so I think let me make sure I've got it where I. Oh, actually, I had it at Mare. No, I don't. Wait, what am I doing? No, I didn't have it. Sorry. Okay, give me 1 second here. Okay, here we go. This is. Hang on. Shit. Come on. This is the track. Son of a bitch. Where is it? Fuck. Sur Bar Maritime. That's very Agalot. Oh my God. Fucking insane. Dude, that fucking song might be my favorite song he's done. It's fucking breathtaking what he does in that song. Absolute mind fuckery. And Scott, just for you, I'm going to leave that up there so you can copy it down yourself, smart ass. I'm not going to try to re-say that. Structure Barbar Maritime. Second track on the album, man. Fucking epic.
Yeah.
Goddamn song, man.
Every song on that album is of the highest quality as that one. I mean,
yeah, and I mean, to be very blunt with you, I had to play the whole song. I couldn't just take pieces of that one. It's just too goddamn stunning from start to finish, man. All right, so moving on to the last album here, we come to. I have it on CD. I think you have it on vinyl.
Yeah.
Actually, that one's kind of hard to find. I found it, but it's kind of a little pricey. I'm gonna have to dig around and see what I can.
Another one I picked up on $20 spin as soon as it popped up right around when it came
bastard.
out. They went like within a day or two, they were gone.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah. So the Thule, I think that's how you pronounce that, right? Thule. It's not Thule. It's Thule, I think, or something like that. The Thule Grimoire, I think it is, right? Comes out January 30th, 2021. And Van Records again. This time it doesn't say what the catalog ID is. Additional notes on this one. We got Church of Sound, Bavaria, Woodshed Studio, Landshut, Germany. That's it. It's all Alex. The lineup is him. Let me see if there's any guests. Michael Zeck again. He's that guy that did keys on the last one. He does some programming effects, guitars, additional EBO. We do hear EBO on this album, which I think might be a first. And it came out on 2. Oh wait, looks like they reissued it on Van in 22. Yeah. So there's probably more copies out there than I think. But I would say this is kind of a considerable change in dynamics here to some extent. And we'll let you, Joe, go ahead and jump in on this one, Jimmy. Oh, you're muted.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, on any given day, this could be my favorite.
It's so good.
With you. I mean, this is definitely his largest production yet. I mean, if it could get any larger than Exuvia. This album sounds just amazing. The sound on this thing, dude, especially if you got a sub, man, it's just, it's so amazing sounding. It's so, I mean, incredibly massive and just heavy as balls, you know? It's just so, like, the culmination of kind of what he's kind of done up to this point. I mean, I'd say it's I don't want to say it's his most accessible record, but it's probably like more like this, maybe it is. It's more just.
Oh, I think it's the most accessible. Yeah,
it's easy to listen to, you know.
Yeah,
in terms of it is such a huge production, and yeah, I guess it is the most accessible because there's just a lot of elements here that are actually more like memorable and stick in your head a little bit longer.
Right.
You know, there's more cleans. There's a lot more. You know, he definitely kept up with the dynamics on this one. The Thule Grimoires, you know, if I could just talk a little bit about the concept is,
sure.
I'm essentially just going to like sort of just quote him from some different interviews that I've seen, but he basically says that, you know, the word Thule represents a place without a location. And it basically stands as a symbol for the 7 unlocatable places that constitute the actual song, the 7 songs on the album.
Oh, okay.
Each of these tell its own story about man's physical or mental deletion from Earth, forced by natural spirits and or demons. I mean, that's sick,
man.
But I gotta read this quote that he said this in an interview, and I just think this really encapsulates the record. You know, because he was basically talking about just everyday life. And he says that, I quote AVM here, it seems that our Western society is getting more and more overconfident, ignorant, and selfish. The thing is, we're not entitled to think and act like that. Being honest to ourselves, we'd have to clearly admit that our industrialized way of life is a failure, a misled experiment that was meant as a model for behavior and development beyond instinct, but apparently did not meet this goal at all. In fact, we are missing instinct. We are not able to administer a functional social community. We are extensively helpless towards external menaces. Our natural weapons are virtually non-existent. We are widely unable to interact with our natural surroundings. We are in need of noxious artifacts and utilities to secure our daily life.
Wow.
We are missing all of the qualities that our surrounding species have. Instead, we're still convinced that a healthy human economy is more important than a healthy habitat and climate. To me, this way of thinking seems so obviously wrong, as it is so short-sighted and so contradictory to a successful species organization.
Wow.
And I cannot believe it to meet nature's original idea of human life. Something must have gone wrong, and to me, our tragedy started when we parted ways from nature and put her into an opponent kind of position. However, that could have happened.
Damn.
That's harsh, man.
Dude, that's some fucking deep ass thinking right there, man.
I mean, that's, you know, and I can't really argue with him too much, man. I mean,
that speaks to you big time, man.
I mean, but just looking at, you know, it's kind of hard to exist in those two realities. You know what I mean? And I think he's on to something there.
It's almost impossible. Ask Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah.
You know? That's, I mean, Ted Kaczynski was the more militant version of what Alexander is in a lot of ways. He just said, "Fuck you, I'm going back to nature, and you're not going to stop me, and I'm going to blow shit up to prove my point." I think AVM's doing it more from an esoteric, intellectual standpoint
Yeah, artistic.
and artistic.
You know,
Yeah.
and I think that's interesting because it's, everything he's kind of done to this point has sort of been, it's all been an indictment, not just on religion, or it's just on, I don't think he's so much like hating humankind or anything here. I think he's just looking at just how it's sort of like almost naturally failed in the way it has, and it
Well, you
doesn't
and I
make
had
sense that it doesn't goes against the laws of nature for us to be this way.
You and I have these conversations often via text about, I'm a pretty much a nihilist at this point, because I think the political system in this country and globally is showing the failing of, in particular, Western societies, maybe much more than Eastern societies. We're showing the stress of what the money, the sheltered elite do to those underneath them. They destroy them. They gobble them up. They eat them up. It's no different than the fucking pharaohs in Egypt, how they used human sacrifice. Essentially, they worked people till they fucking died, and that's what we're facing now with our political system. But in so much as you see it now, and I'm not going to mention his name, but you see what's happening with them pulling all the oil reserves, pulling all the protections for natural resources, because what's happening? The rich just can't be rich enough. They can't be satisfied with what they have. And so and where's there to go? Let's exploit every natural resource that we possibly can and burn the earth to the ground, to the core. That's where I see this going. So I do it more from a political standpoint, as opposed to AVM is doing more from a humanistic, global vision of how the human species has just fucking destroyed everything in its path. And nature,
and I think
we've gotten away from nature.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of just, it's kind of a really unique, glimpse into his worldview and how he sees, not just the world, but history, and just, and I think, like you said, with the political landscape, I think that's what's so interesting, because he's never really, he's never gotten political at all, but that's the thing about it, the way he speaks in metaphors and like in these lyrics, is you can apply these kind of, concepts to, if he's indicting Christianity, that's just one little piece of it. It's
Very,
whether it's religion or politics, or just, classism, or whatever it is. That's kind of, to me, it's so cool, because it kind of ties all that together with this record, because he's really, I think it's sort of a concept record in that sense. But I think that it gets to the level that this is an artist that's not just an amazing metal artist, but just has a lot to say, too. And that's, you don't really get that a whole lot with metal bands.
No, you don't. And I think too, it might be worth pointing out, and I'm not sitting here saying I'm a Rhodes Scholar, or I'm a master's in whatever, theology or business or anything.
Oh yeah, me neither.
But I do think that I'm a decently intellectual human being, and I've seen a bit, and I experienced a bit. And I think you do have to be you don't have to be intellectual to listen to this music, but I think you do have to have a certain level of intellectual capability to fathom what's going on in this music, and then to tie in the conceptual pieces to it is another level, which I admit I haven't even jumped into. I started looking at some of the lyrics. I'm like, oh, let's read some lyrics. I'm like, oh no, let's not do that, because some of this shit's way beyond where I'm at, and I would have to do much more research to kind of understand where he's coming from and what he's trying to say with some of this stuff. But I'm Scott just fucking with me all night tonight, man.
Flemish, that's great.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm fluent in Flemish and the Pig Latin, eh?
Well, and I think that's the cool thing is that you can like kind of look at some of these lyrics and then kind of at least get a little bit of an idea, like kind of what he's getting at. You do a little bit of looking, I mean, I admit I spent quite, a good bit of time the last couple of days doing my research because I thought it was warranted to discuss this band, but it is. I mean, like you do have to kind of have a little bit of a want to, this isn't just like casual listening music, this is like true art.
This isn't Motley Crue, bros. Not even close.
Right.
So, and I handed that off to you saying, I want you to speak about that stuff because I'm going to dig more into the actual songs.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I've done a little bit more deeper dive in that than you. And you've been able to bring in the intellectual side of the conceptual thing, which is now I need to go back and kind of learn myself a little bit about it, But
I'm kind of glad we did it like that because it's a little hard for me to talk about this music just to music, like I have a hard time, like trying to like gather my thoughts on how to explain a song by the Ruins of Beverast.
It's very difficult. You watch me enough and you know me enough to know that I have a pretty deep reservoir of musical knowledge because I'm pretty spidery. I got my fingers in everything from jazz to classical to the whole rounds, and so I'm able to sometimes draw those things that I hear, like the Wicked Game thing. You probably never heard that, but if you go back and side those up track to track, you're gonna
probably hear it immediately. Yeah,
you will. You'll be like, "Holy fuck! How did he hear that?" I don't know. It just happens. The point being is that, again, if we can reiterate anything, this is thinking man's metal music. There's no doubt about it. Doesn't mean that you can't be a knuckle dragger and love this shit too, but I'm guaranteeing you may not get the full effect of how not the band, but esoteric his mission is with the music and the conceptual stuff. It's very esoteric, it's very enigmatic, but it's all grounded in history and very real things, not spaceships in outer space and legend. Well, I guess there is some legend stuff in here, but you get what I'm saying. It's deep shit, man. This is Deep Thoughts by Alexander von Meilenwald. It's what it is.
For sure. I love the cover art in this one too. I think it perfectly represents like what he's getting at. There's the underworld and the spirit that exemplifies, the death of man and sort of the ruins, and it just fits the concept really well.
The midsection there is maybe what do they call that?
It's just the desert.
Well, between heaven and hell, though, there's that midsection where there's nothing.
Oh, like purgatory.
Purgatory, yeah.
Yeah, like purgatory. Yeah, I never thought of that. That does work. Yeah.
I mean, we're just throwing shit out there. We don't know if that's really what it is. And
that's what's cool is.
Well, I was just going to say real quickly, if by some chance AVM sees this, dude, please come on. We got to talk about this stuff.
Yeah, that'd be badass.
It would be so killer. All right, you want to jump into the tracks real quick?
Yeah, real quick. I mean, dude, I love every single song on this. I mean, I love that, it's like I said, we were talking like it's a little catchier, it's a little like more memorable. It's like I said, the production is just
more
amazing.
Approachable. It's more approachable.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, like Ropes into Eden, that's kind of a typical, Ruins song, but great. I love the way it starts. He played that when I saw them. They opened that with that Ropes into Eden. It's kind of a similar structure to Exuvia, the song Exuvia, where it kind of has two parts. It's got a lot of blasting, really just heavy. He said that this is a very guitar driven record.
Very much so.
Yeah, and he wrote a lot of things a little bit differently in terms of the guitar riffs were kind of carrying everything. But I love the Tundra Shines. I love those big Hammond organs in the beginning and how it gets into that. I love that that sort of that chanting thing that they do. It's not like the monks anymore. It's just like a tribal chant thing that just sounds so cool. I don't know. It's weird, but God, it works so good. The Chrome Like Knell is kind of the, one of the catchier tracks, and that's got a lot of the, the Pete Steele.
It's got an 80s vibe, man. 80s
totally
vibe.
80s vibe. Totally. Yeah. And that's where, a lot of people were saying, oh, he's doing Pete Steele on this record. And I've always thought, I think he just kind of went there where it does kind of sound more Pete Steele influence, but he's always kind of had that really deep, low resonant voice, as we've talked about, so, but it did come across as more of a typo. It doesn't, necessarily like it's sounding like typo. It does in moments, but the voice is just totally, channeling Steele in a lot of ways. Mammopolis, I love that track, man. And the layers.
That's the track I'm going to
play. I mean, just the layers on that, and his like spoken word thing is so weird and just cool. It's just cool, man. It's so cool.
But in an unsettling way.
Yeah, and unsettling way. Anchorus and Furs, he did that one as well when I saw him at MDF, and that one's great too. But dude, I think my favorite track on, really, it's hard to pick, but Polar Hiss Hysteria. That song,
love it too.
Man, just when they break into that black metal part in the middle, where it's like with the double bass. Oh man, it's so heavy, and just killer with his vocals. And dude, the last song, Deserts to Bind and Defeat, is just sublime, man. I love that song. It brings back some of the typo stuff, and there's a lot of movements to that song, but man, the end of it, when it goes into that slow part and it's got that soaring kind of, windy, like that you've talked about before. It's like a soaring, like air horn or something. It kind of sounds like, and it just, and he's sort of like narrating in the background with this really low, like voice. Oh my God, that part just gets me every time. It's just so like freaking heavy, and like, it just brings you, it transports you, man, and this album is it's, as much as I loved Exuvia, this one, it's just, I don't know, there's something about it, like they're two totally different records, and I love them both like equally, as all the records, but this one, man, I just it's just one he don't think he can do any better. Goddamn, he just comes out and shatters everything.
I love this album, but I don't think it surpassed Exuvia for me, and we'll do that in our quick top 10.
But it man, yeah, I absolutely love it, and I don't know, I'm kind of at a loss for words all of a sudden. But interesting, man.
I saw a comment that was actually posted on the wall of Beverast's Facebook page, which I wanted to add into the description so you could go find, info on the band. And it was by one Marty Rithkinen. So I hate to dime out Marty here, but I'm going to do it, man. He called this album boring. I'm like,
yeah, I was surprised he didn't like this one. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's tons of killer guitar, and this actually has guitar solos on it. Like almost every song has some bit of a solo section. So that kind of shocked me that he wasn't into it either. Kind of surprised by that. Thought it was funny though. It was on their page. Like for all to see. I don't know if he looks at stuff. I doubt he does, but like most artists don't like to. But did I mention when this came out? Yeah, I mentioned when it came out, right? 2021. Right?
Yeah. God, I feel like it just came out yesterday. It's so weird. I mean,
Tim, that's cool that we inspired you to jump back in and check things out. And I don't know if Blood Vaults was the only one you listened to. You might want to give Foulest or Exuvia a shot, or even
I told him to start with those. I'd even do this one too, but probably Exuvia or Foulest Seaman.
Although I agree with you, I think we both agree that this is probably the most approachable album by him.
Yeah, I mean, if I was to get somebody into this band that I was like, okay, they're not the type of person that's going to want to invest a lot of time, I'd probably let them hear this one because it's like you said, the most easily approachable.
Yeah, there's just I think you nailed it. There's parts of the songs in as a whole that are more memorable that you can go, oh yeah, you can latch on to. I guess if you want to call it an earworm, I wouldn't exactly call any of his stuff earworms, but there's there is that element of, oh, that's catchy, that part right there, and that you don't necessarily. I hear it on the other albums, but I've listened to them a bunch and I've had to approach them that way. So, but yeah, it's hard to decipher and classify in ranks. Yeah, man, for sure. All right, I got a couple quick notes on it. We'll play a song and then we'll wrap. We'll do our top.
Do our ranking.
Yeah. Or did you want to do? Well, no, let's do that last. Ropes into Eating, the opening salvo of tremolo pedal tone effect riffs, straight out of the Smiths. How Soon Is Now? That tremolo, right out of that. It's right off of the Smiths track, How Soon Is Now. And if Alexander ever saw this, he will immediately know what I'm referencing here. The synths are seriously spooky as fuck, too. And then the blackened drone and blasty bits and scathing vocals, spitting hate and vitriol come in. You get an ambient creep and crawl with tribal drumming. Huge, echoey, watery, clean arpeggios, very blut aus Nord, at times. Killer track has an emotional, visceral weight that just crushes your synapses to dust. Even some whiny, and there's even that whiny Aaron Stainthorpe vocal, which I love. I just call it whiny because it has that vibe to it. Just a monster. That Ropes into Eden, I would say, is the most Ruins of Beverast sounding track on the album, like you did.
Yep.
Tundra Shines, unsettling intro of sounds, effects, lots of deep synths to open up into a very groovy track. Yes, it's kind of groovy. This is a groovy track. I can hear groove, like not headbanging, but more like just, I don't know, groovy was what came to mind. Very typo vibes on there. You got the harmonized octave chords, which stand out midway into the track. Super heavy. Does drone on a bit, though. I think it could have been a 7 or 8 minute song as opposed to 12 or 13. Cromlech Nell, this song almost has an 80s feel, as we said. The guitars, maybe Ultravox or early Cult. Very early Cult, like Love. Very psychedelic and watery and shimmery and cool as fuck, because I love that album. Then you get into kind of a gorgeous sort of Cocteau Twins-like moment with the guitar melodies, and then but yet he's singing death growls over it, which is so unique and unusual. This song's gorgeous. Many Fields of Nephilim moments, and then you also have at the end, it's kind of like a mantra at the end. How do you say it? Mammophilus. Yeah, however. That's kind of a short track, only 6 minutes. Fever Dream intro with weighty synth tones and ethereal synths. Scattered dialogue whispered and lost in the haze. Cleans that are very reminiscent of a voice that I was having trouble placing it, but I kind of came up with his voice kind of morphed into sounding like Wayne Hussey from the Mission UK on this track. I think it just had that resonant Wayne Hussey vibe, maybe a little Nick Cave in there too. Anchorus and Furs, what a weird name for that one. That was like, hold on, that's a trippy one.
He got that from the Velvet Underground. There's a song called Something in Fur.
Yeah. Yeah, what the hell is it?
I don't remember the name of it, but I remember him saying that in one of the interviews I read. That
Velvet Underground is a band I try to like. I just can't, man. Not a big oh my god, am I gonna forget his name? Lou Reed guy. Except Lulu, I love that album. No, I'm just kidding.
Nice try.
Yeah, I hear some Hussey on that diatom. Okay, a Polar Hiss Hysteria or Anchorus Inferred. Mostly moaning violins and Aaron vibe on that. Wait a minute. Now I'm trying to. I think I was tiring out by the time I got here because I got a lot of Aaron Stainthorpe on this track. From what I can get into, it gets really psychedelic. The last 2 minutes, you get that buried tremolo picked guitar melody. It sounds like haunted wraiths wailing in the distance. Super fucking cool. You just don't hear much of that kind of music except maybe on like esoteric albums. Polar Hysteria, very lush and huge sounding. There's definitely a different vibe to this album that you don't hear on the first several albums. Maybe slightly on Exuvia, you get the staccato drumming, man. The drumming on this album is fucking crazy good too, I think, on this last album. Super clear and cutting. A lot of wet compression guitar sounds and delays in choruses. As you mentioned, this is a very guitar-driven album. Deserts to Bind and Defeat, Dark Foreboding, lots of Ebo on this, man, which I think is the only track I remember hearing them do Ebo on, which is sort of surprising because Ebo's usually a staple of this kind of music, but, you know, he didn't really use it until this track. Let's see. Again, I hear some Christian death on this song. The early Christian death, not punk, but just that gothy, weird, off-kilter sort of vibe. You get about 2 or 3 minutes in. It's funny. I said huge guitar-centric jams for about 2 or 3 minutes right in the middle of the song that are super choice. Then back into the Isolate Me From My Kind section when he says that, isolate me from my kind. That section is super killer. I think that's the chorus of the song, I think. Hard to know because he doesn't typically write in a verse-chorus format. But that song, you're right, super fucking killer. A fucking epic album that definitely has a very noticeable different vibe than most other Ruins of Beverast except Exuvia. There are huge landscapes of soundscapes of doom, but at times hopeful in a weird way. And that's why I think this album's a little more approachable. There are some hopeful moments in it, you know, whereas the rest of it, Exuvia has a moment or two here and there, but most of the rest of it is just fucking slit your wrist stuff. Again, just that's not for real, okay? I think my only criticism would be a few of the tracks could have been a little shorter because I think this one's pushing 80 minutes again. 9.5 out of 10, dude. Absolutely amazing. But, you know, like I said, some of these songs could have been shorter, but that's not AVM's trip or MO. That's not what he does. He does generally these long, expansive, immersive tracks. And that's another word for what you do when you listen to these albums. You immerse yourself in them. They take you in. They drag you. I made the analogy a couple times, you know, being dragged to the bottom of a well or the sea by an anchor and a chain. That's what this music does. It just pulls you in, and before you know it, you're in too deep, and you're like, all right, I'll just drown in it. There's no other way out, just to do it, you know. So, all right, we'll do a track here. We'll do our ranking, then I'll do a track one there, dude. Right at 4 hours.
Sounds good.
15. What do you got as your last one? Number 6.
Oh, we're gonna do the ranking now?
Yeah, we'll do it real quick. We'll do the track last.
Okay. So you want to go bottom to top?
Bottom to top. So number 6 first.
Okay. This is an incredibly hard discography.
Almost
for
impossible.
Me to rank.
It's almost
almost impossible. I mean, at any given day, this would change, but for the sake of this, right now, the way I'm feeling today, I would say Unlock the Shrine will be number 6. You want me to go through all of them?
We'll go bounce back and forth.
Go back and forth. Okay,
I'm right there with
Unlock
you.
the Shrine, number 6.
I'm right there with you for Unlock. Again, a 9+ basically, maybe 8.75.
Still a great record.
Plus. Amazing album. Just when you stack it against the rest of this stuff, the interludes detract a tiny little bit, but that was his thing the first 2 or 3 albums. And not that any of them are bad. Some of them are really cool. It's just it takes away and adds maybe 10 minutes that maybe didn't need to be there. But his thinking, I think I read or heard from that interview with Into the Necrosphere, was to give people a little bit of a breather from the oppressive heaviness of a lot of the main songs.
Yeah.
It's not like he put in there Bee Gees song or Bee Gees type, disco or something in between the tracks. Many of those interludes are just as scary as the main tracks. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
All right. So number 5.
Number 5 for me will be Blood Vaults.
I'm gonna go with Thule, and not because I don't like it, but I think it's because it's the one I just got in, and I didn't have enough time to really focus on and get like a number of listens in, where the rest of the albums I've had a couple of additional listens before I got to the main listening session. That could easily move up. Again, it's his most approachable, catchiest, dare I say, but that's not really what it is. It's killer, but I go with it at number 5 today. All right, number 4.
Yeah. Let's see. Number 4. Number 4 is going to be Rain Upon the Impure.
Wow.
Which I could easily go up to number. The next 4, it's impossible for me to.
It really is.
I only rank this one a little bit further down just because, like, the other ones I just love so much more. But that Raining Upon the Impure is absolutely essential and one of the most insane records. And man, like there's a lot of stuff that's in the vein of this that I don't usually get into. Like I don't get into like the really crazy like stuff. Not to say that this is like Portal or this is like
right
Leviathan or this is like maybe in some senses, but or just really crazy out or like Deathspell Omega. For whatever reason, a lot of that stuff I don't never really get into, but I would say this record's probably up in that sort of realm, but I don't know. This one grabs me, man. And
I think it's far more approachable than Portal. Most of the Portal I listen to is very.
That was a bad comparison, but like
But
what I mean.
I think Esoteric would be the next logical thing, but.
Well, I don't like them, but I'm talking about in terms of like just that really like kind of crazy out there. Like sometimes like things get a little too caustic for me. But the point is that this isn't usually the record that I would really be the type of thing that I would normally get into. Not that really it's, I'm not really making any sense, but my point is that this record is essential. It's absolutely one of the most insane and just dark records I've ever heard, and I absolutely love it. But unfortunately, it's a little lower in the ranking. So
yeah, you got to put it somewhere, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go Blood Vaults, which I think if you would have hit me up before last week, I probably might add Blood Vaults at number 1. Weirdly, because it was the one I think I was had listened to the most. But I'm gonna go number 4, and again, it's the straight up Death Doom album of all of them, and it's fantastic. But I think there's bits and pieces of it that I think I would have made a little shorter. Sorry, I think that well, I don't blame you on that, Tim, man. Other than the song Curtain by Portal, that song is fucking vicious as shit. Portal, that song Portal, have you heard that, Jimmy? Curtain? It's the one with the video where the skeleton has got the things and he's like the puppet master. That is a fucking evil track, dude. That song rips. But I've often found Portal just too impenetrable for me. They're not pleasant to listen to in any way, and I don't feel that way about.
It's just not for me. Yeah, I mean, I can't. Yeah, I would actually like. I was telling Tim there. I'd love to see him live.
I would too.
But yeah, I mean, it's the sort of thing I could appreciate it for sure. It's just not my bag.
Yeah. One band we didn't mention in relationship to this is a Denver band. Who am I thinking of?
Spectral Voice.
Of course. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's a lot of Spectral Voice stuff we could have made analogies to, man. Like that spooky cat. Now, I think that Spectral Voice is a little more cavernous, shall we say, and they're a little more funeral doomish. But I just thought of that right now. It's like, wait a minute, like Be Cadaver, where it gets really fast and crazy slamming, but then you go back to that real slow, lurching, lumbering sort of quiet, clean guitar tone stuff. I'm surprised that didn't occur to me until just now. All right, so Blood Vault's 4 for me. What do you got for 3?
3 would be the Thule Grimoires. Absolutely
nice.
love this record, man. This record really speaks to me, man. I just absolutely love it.
I like that.
I mean,
I like that.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I got it immediately when it came out, so I've sat on it for quite a few years now, and yeah, absolutely love it. I mean, it's just, I don't know. He really, he just keeps getting better, I feel like, and it's just, yeah, it's amazing. But yeah, it's wow.
I gotta think he's got to be close to doing something here. We're talking well over 3 years, and that interview that he did was, I think it was in 2020. Wait, when did this album come out? 21?
21, I think. Yeah.
I'd have to check that interview.
Yeah.
Maybe.
He's about due. He's about due.
I would think he's about due, and it seems to me this came out after that release. So, and he talked about the fact that he already had the next album written, pretty much.
Yeah.
I don't know if he said he had it recorded, but I think he said he had it at least written. And I can't imagine sitting down and writing this stuff is like, okay, next track. No, this is an intensive creative period, which must take months and months and months. And he probably has to be really locked in and channeled in on it. And I do know he works a day job. He didn't say where, but I wouldn't be shocked if this guy was like a teacher or a professor or something like that. He's just got that vibe to him. You know what I mean? Number 3 for me is Foulest. Love this album. It's fucking amazing. Absolutely mind-blowingly amazing. So much so that I gotta go. And I will mention that this is a band, and there are a few of them, where I have to have everything on vinyl and CD. I want the portability for my car. I want the giant artwork and the tactile. I gotta have the coolness now of that, which, if you'd have said that to me 3 or 4 years ago when I hardly had any vinyl and shit like that, I'd been like, yeah, nah, that's not me. But shit changes, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But there's nothing that can replace the album as far as the experience of taking it in, you know what I mean? Okay, so Foulest, fucking epic record, but there's 2 that I just think are, for me tonight, after this experience of diving into this shit, they just touch me in a slightly better way, or a more intense way, I guess is, the way to put it. So,
yeah.
All right. Number 2.
Exuvia, which I'm ranking just a little higher than Grimoires, but I mean, yeah.
It's fucking epic, dude. It
could be number 1, but
yeah. All right, for me, 2 is Rain Upon the Impure. I cannot tell you how this album has just such an atmosphere of fucking menace. The recording is not great, whether that was purposeful or accidental or whatever, but I gotta say, I could not hear this album any other way. I do not think that if he decided to clean this thing up by doing a more modern production on it, it would not improve it for me. There's something about the production and these songs that belong like this. You can't separate them. And just, dude, fuck, man. I mean, goddamn, Soliloquy, Rain Upon the Impure, the impenetrable, nihilistic ugliness of this album is palpable. It's something you can reach out and touch in the music while it's playing. You can literally reach out and touch it and go, this is threatening my life. I feel like I'm going to suffocate while listening to it, but it's okay. I can do that. There's no problem. I'm good with that. And there's not many records that do that for me. You know what I mean? It's just fucking insanely good. So that leaves numero uno for you.
Yeah, Foulest Seaman. I mean, just because.
I did too.
Yeah, I mean, any of these could be number one, really. But I don't know, there's just something really special about that one for me. I love, and I probably spent the most time dissecting its, its concepts and lyrics, and I think that it really is it's a really massive statement, as well as some of my favorite music from him, and it really signaled just how dynamic he can get. And I just think like he wrote some of the coolest stuff, just mixing everything up in there. And it's just, it's like if I'm just on any day that if I'm gonna, grab for a Ruins record, I'll probably go with Foulest, But I mean, I could really like pick any of them. I was like hanging out with Jeremy, who you met, and one of our other friends, Rick, on one of our camping trips.
Yeah.
And my buddy Rick, provides the psychedelics, and so we're having a psychedelic-y nights, and I threw on Foulest Seaman, and blew Jeremy's mind. Like, yeah, like I've been telling him, like, you got to check these guys out. And he finally, like, we sat there and listened to that record.
Right?
Yeah, he was like blown away by it. I was like, yeah, dude, totally. I mean, So anyway,
It's funny. When I was out at your place and dabbled just a wee bit, like way too fucking much that one night. I don't think I've been the same since, but that's another story. We didn't put any of this on, but goddamn, we should have now.
We should have, yeah.
I probably would have run. I probably would have run out of your house naked in the street and fucking started crying to, Jesus or something. But holy shit, yeah. Yeah, I get it, dude. I get it. Again, on any given day, maybe save unlock, which I think is a little spotty for me. A lot of people say that's the best one, but you really can't go wrong with any of these. You really cannot go wrong. These are special albums, man. They are special musical statements by a guy, like you said, that is kind of almost untouchable as far as his creative well and how he presents this very difficult, dense, complex music. And that leads me to my number one, which is Exuvia, which was my first, and an album I couldn't quite grasp the first time around, but I came around to it a few years later and then started to acquire the material, and it's just jaw-dropping, man. Jaw-dropping. And I gotta let me look at something real fast here.
Yeah, once it clicked, huh? Clicked hard.
I could talk about all 1, 2, 3, 4. I could talk about 5 tracks on that album for hours. The last one, Takitam Tutum, I like it a lot. It's probably my least favorite, but it's still an awesome song. But there's so many layers and dimensions to those 5 other tracks that I can't. Like you said, you could do a college thesis on this shit. It's insane. Absolutely massive. So with that said, that's our top 6. We didn't include the EP or any of the splits. Those, again, most of that stuff's all worth hunting down if it's not crazy priced. Hopefully he's going to put out maybe a compilation of all those B-sides.
Yeah, I'm hoping that he releases, like he did with Enchanted with Grave Mold. Hopefully he does like a part 2 to that and releases those other splits, because I don't know if those are easy to get. I don't have those.
I haven't looked them up on Discogs or anything. I will say the one thing to add, last thing before we play a track here, is that there was a live album that came out. 22, I think, maybe? Was it? Did you know about that?
Oh, yeah. I did notice that on their Bandcamp. I didn't even know about it. And there was just like a small cassette release for it. Like they did like.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, they did like a couple hundred cassettes, but I don't think it ever got
wide release.
No, but it's worth checking out.
Mashing Fest Memorial live album 22 February. Actually, it says it's digital, so maybe they just did a special cassette. Let me look at something here. What other versions? Limited edition cassette. You're right, which came out the same day. So I didn't even look into that. But that's essentially that. Let's see what's all on there. It's got 50 forts. Cain's countenance fell between bronze walls, and I raised this stone as a ghastly memorial. 4 tracks, 43 minutes. I mean, there you go. That's Ruins in a nutshell right there, right?
Yeah, but there's some good footage on YouTube if you want to see like their live stuff. Like I said, there's the entire Fire in the Mountains performance is
I saw it.
there.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna go with Mammotholopolis or whatever it's called, Mammotholopolis. And let me just do my quick thing here. I appreciate you being patient, Jimmy, to allow me to do these samples. Hopefully they translate okay.
That was cool. I think it was a cool thing to do.
All right, here we go. Ready? Wow. I think we should also
Love
make
that
one.
track.
Yeah, it's so killer. I think we should make one. Oops, real quick point too that I forgot. He does a lot more singing on this album than he does on any other albums by far.
He does, yeah.
Way
And
more.
I love it too.
And it's great. It's fucking great. So, which I think is why it's more approachable, the clean singing aspect of it.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot more of that on there, so it kind of makes
melodic
it
clean singing. We should say melodic clean singing too, like that. So, I mean, that right there was very 80s, very Mission UK with heaviness. You know what I mean? So, hey, so real quick, real fast, Jimmy, go check out Jimmy's channel. He's got a new video up, glamping, I think it was, right? Is that what they call that?
Yeah, that's kind of what it is. Yeah.
That probably fucking chaps your ass though, because you're not a glamper. You're like a real camper out there.
Well,
but
when
you had to do what you had to do, right?
This is definitely glamping for me. Yeah. Let's say that. So,
also, Saturday night, 8:00, Ancient Death, Jerry Watunsky and Derek. I forget his last name. I'm sorry, Derek. We're getting into the new Ancient Death album on Profound Lore. And then Sunday at like 4:00 my time, Alex Haddad for Desiderium. Those are the things that are on the docket right now. We were going to do a Rush ranking this month, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen until with Jeff Wagner and John Holmes. So it doesn't look like it's going to happen until maybe sometime in May. Jimmy, crossing my fingers, and I really don't have a good feeling about it. And I'm not putting that out there to be super negative, but there's just some real weird neuro shit happening with me the last 3 months. It just keeps getting worse and worse, not better. But I'm hopeful that I rally. I get an MRI tomorrow at 5:30, and if they see something catastrophic, which I fear they might, maybe there's some medication or something I can do to sort of slow this process down. Doubting it, but I'm hoping to be there with you at MDF in 6 weeks, a little under now, I think it is.
Yeah, it's coming up fast, man. I hope, well, I'm hoping for the best, man. I hope that they can get you some relief, and even if you can make it out for a night or so, it'd be killer.
The other thing I want to mention real quick was, I'm going to be putting an order in. I got to send you the link. You got to check it out. Some killer merch. I know money's probably a little tight. You got a lot of stuff going on, but might be nice to combine shipping and save a lot. But I'm definitely getting some mortuary drape, at least shirts, and they're pretty reasonable. I was surprised, and they got some killer fucking designs, and they're screen printed. So I'm in touch with their guy, and in fact, he's going to talk to the band about maybe seeing if they'd want to come on the show, which would be really wild, right? Because I don't know if they've ever done an interview. But I think that's pretty much it. I think we gave you a soup to nuts, about as deep a dive as you're going to get on this band, maybe anywhere. And last thing to mention, after seeing this band at Decibel Fest on Friday night, I decided to grab everything. I'm still missing one that's coming. But I got to say, man, Nuclear Blast, fuck you, and Amazon, fuck you, because every damn one of them came fucked up and broken, all over. And this is the Nuclear Blast thing. I don't know where you're getting your fucking CD jewel cases, but this thing, every fucking one of these things falls out the minute I open it. They don't grip the CD at all. Here's another one that showed up like this.
That sucks.
And broken, tabs. And luckily I have a bunch of other cases that Rick sent me, but Amazon and Nuclear Blast, come on, man. Fucking A, dude. The amount of money that I spent on these, damn near $100 on basically all the catalog, because I only had ever flowing before. And that's what you do to me? Fuck you guys.
Yeah, that sucks.
Any last words, dude?
I don't think so, man. Thanks for putting this together, and this was a good one to do, man. I think this was, I don't know. It's like, I love all the deep dives we do, but this one was, I don't know.
Well, it was a good call by me to go, let's not include everybody in the world on it, because I think we've been here all night, 12 hours.
Yeah, I know. Well, we definitely would have had to go through. It was kind of nice because it gave us, we were able to spend more time on each record. And I think this is a band that you really should, even if it's not really one that works would for like 4 or 5 people, you're going to be kind of hard to like say what about it in just a few minutes,
Too much going on, man. Too much.
But yeah, dude, I mean, this was really great. I mean, I'm hoping I'm hoping for the best for MDF, and maybe we can get a pre-fest stream going again.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll definitely do that. Yep.
And get everybody else that's going to be going. And
did you talk to Jeremy?
Yeah, man.
Did you talk to Jeremy?
I'm still not sure yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm thinking no, but
okay.
I'm giving him the time just because
I'm 99% sure Surge is going to come down for at least a night, probably the Thursday night, the way things look, or Friday, one of those two. And my hope is I already have tickets for Wednesday, but I'm going to wait till a week or two before to grab tickets for Thursday. That would be one of my, the Doom night, the Evoking, this stuff. That, man, they would work great with Evoking and Shapes of Despair and all that. But
yeah,
everybody would go out and kill themselves afterwards. Again,
right?
Figure of speech. And then the other day I probably am looking at most likely is Saturday. I'll probably need a day with my legs. I just don't think I'm going to be able to do 5, sadly. It's a big change. But all right, everybody. Well, thank you so much for being here. And those of you that hung out all night, very, very cool. It's 1:30 on Eastern time, but it's probably, what time is your time, dude?
It's 11:30.
I got to get you to bed, man. You turn into a pumpkin after 12. I know.
Yeah.
All right, man. I love you, dude. Hang on one sec. All right, everybody.
Yep,
thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody.
Peace out.